Carlson,
Here.
Maniscalco, Dingfelder, Citro,
Here.
Vieira, Miranda,
Here.
and Goods.
Here.
We have a physical quorum present.
Thank you. Mr. Shelby, can you do the honors, sir?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. Members of City Council, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Today is the 22nd of July of 2021. We are past 5 o'clock, and we are here for the evening hybrid agenda of land use and quasi-judicial hearings. This meeting is being conducted with a live in-person quorum of City Council present in City Council chambers. However, in light of continuing COVID-19 government-issued health standards or guidance in effect, members of the public shall have the ability to participate virtually through teleconferencing, referred to by Florida statutes and rules as communications, media, and technology. Those people who wish to appear at City Council can use the CMT facilities that we have set up on the second floor. Now, consistent with that, and consistent with the notice that was in posted for tonight's hearings, I am going to ask council to waive council's rules to permit CMT and conduct this hearing consistent with the directions as they are in the notice that's also posted in the agenda. So a motion to waive the rules and adopt the
Motion moved.
the
Mr.
notice.
Maniscalco has moved the motion. Second.
Second.
Second, Mr. Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Shelby, you need a roll call vote? Is that sufficient, sir?
No, I think as long as everybody's in person, a voice vote is fine.
Thank you, sir. All right, moving right along. Item number 1.
Good evening, Council. My name is Randy Goers. I'm the Director of City Planning. I'm here to walk us through item 1. If I could share my screen, please. Okay, so let me just move something out of my viewer. Okay, this is a continuation of the public hearing we had last month on item.
One second, Mr. Goers, 1 second. IT, can you put the monitors up on the desk? There you go. Thank you, sir. You may continue.
Okay, again, this is a continuation of a plan amendment transmittal hearing from last month on CPA 2104. It's an amendment to the NMU plan category. What we plan to bring forward to you is a change to the neighborhood mixed-use future land use plan category. We're modifying the FAR for non-residential uses from 1.0 to 1.5 to make it equal to the FAR for residential or mixed or vertical mixed uses in the plan category. And we're making some minor changes to the key characteristic sections to improve some clarity. Little background on what this is the actual changes we're making for the change in the text. One thing I'm not sure if council realizes, but the NMU plan category actually has 3 different levels of a plan category. There's the neighborhood mixed use 16, the 24, and the 35. They're all the same except for the level of density and the FAR that's used in each one, but it allows for a variety of different regulation or plan categories in the same general neighborhood mixed use. But we're adding the word general to the commercial uses. During the review of some site plans and so forth, we find that the definition of general commercial in the zoning code is interpreted differently in the future land use element. And so we're going to make this consistent so it's clear that the definition of general commercial is the same as it's in the zoning code for clarity.
Randy?
Randy, yes.
Excuse me.
You recognize, sir?
Thank you. What is the intent on the general commercial uses? Is that so we don't have intensive commercial or what?
Okay, I could answer part of that. Abby Feely, I am on tonight. Randy and I have been working on this amendment together. Right now, the future land use description only says commercial. And that has been being interpreted by the Planning Commission as meaning neighborhood commercial because it's neighborhood mixed use. Although in the zoning code, in the NMU districts, it allows uses that are actually allowed in general commercial. So we're trying to synthesize these two items to make sure that what is shown in the NMU zoning is actually reflected in the NMU land use.
Thank you for the clarification, Ms. Field.
Okay. The major change in the plan category is to establish an FAR across the residential and non-residential uses, which is the same. And it removes an unintended barrier to achieving an integrated and urbanized land use pattern, which I'll describe. But this is the actual change for the three plan categories in the neighborhood mixed use. And what we're doing is just making non-residential projects or structures the same as residential or vertical mixed use in the plan category to make them consistent. Where this came about, and at this point, the neighborhood mixed use only exists in the West River area, and then there's one lot or one parcel south of the interstate, which is designated neighborhood mixed use. So the example we are using is West River because that's where it exists, and this is where the challenge popped up. What we have, and you can see in the proposed Rome Yard project, there is a non-residential building for the cultural center. There was an article a few weeks ago about a potentially proposed African art museum, perhaps on the county's property. It's really early in that discussion, but there was an announcement made. And then there's a grocery store plan for the eastern part of the West River project. These are all non-residential structures, and under the current requirements, they would be regulated at a 1-point FAR, where all the other developments around it, if they're residential or vertically integrated, would be at 1.5. What that means is, and on the left, kind of gives you the impact from a land perspective. And I know you're all familiar with this. If you have a 1-point FAR, you have, for the grocery store, it would be 27,000 square feet of land. If you're 1.5, it's 18,000. Same thing with the Rome Yard, it'd be 19,000 versus 13,000. The museum, 45 versus 30. And really the point being that a lower FAR creates a need for more land. There's less integration, more of a suburban feel. It would consume more land that could be used for the residential projects. And if the land is not available, the building's either got to be scaled back, or the developer may decide that it's not that it's more profitable to replace it with a mixed or a vertically mixed use or just another residential project. And the only way to gain the FAR is to make it a vertical integrated project with residential. And these types of uses really do not suit themselves to being a residentially mixed project. The thing which is interesting is that the way these, at least for the Rome Yard and for the West River project, these concept plans are consistent with plan category as you see them displayed. But what we found over the last several years is that the way they are funded through the different funding packages, they typically come in phases. And so rather than doing a complete site plan or a complete development plan and then moving forward, each funder prefers to fund their own project and not be encumbered by other projects in a site plan. And so what happens is, even though the project may be consistent overall, when it comes in for a site plan review, that's where some of these implications are brought up, especially if the cultural center were to come in on its own or the museum were to come in on its own. That's where the demand for the land comes into play. So we think that by making the change, first of all, there's some other considerations just to keep in mind. The NMU category is only allowed in the central Tampa district, so it's not a citywide category. So the change we're making to the plan category is something that's only in the area of the central Tampa district, where we want to promote more of a urbanized growth pattern. the category itself has its own neighborhood mixed zoning districts. And so and that's very similar to the Seminole Heights form-based code. It's not the neighborhood mixed-use zoning is not as detailed as that code, but it does have its own form, building, structural orientation, general site layout, lot dimensionals, and so forth, to guide development in the district. In this particular area, there's several projects and sites that have a designated plan category of UMU 60, RMU 100, and even the CBD, which have FARs far greater than the 1.5. They have 2.5 and greater. And then the CBD periphery is adjacent to West River. It actually is on the east side of North Boulevard. So very close to this plan category are higher density or higher intensities and densities. And so the change that we're making still puts it in a pattern which is sort of fairly not the same as what's being adjacent to it, but consistent with or less than the densities that are adjacent to it. Let me put it that way. In terms of public meetings, the Planning Commission heard this on May 10th. They found the proposed amendment consistent. Jennifer Malone is online if there are any questions for her. Of course, City Council we had a public hearing on June 24th, which was continued to tonight. This is a transmittal hearing. In our meetings with City Council, Councilman Dingfelder suggested that we make an effort to go out and make sure that we brief the West Tampa Community Advisory Committee, and we're on their agenda for August 24th. Because this is a transmittal hearing, we do have the opportunity to have a meeting and brief them, and then if there's any issues that the community has, we'll be able to bring that back at the adoption hearing. So based on that, we feel that the proposed amendment will correct the unintended barrier that's to promoting the desired urban form for the mixed-use communities that use this plan category. So with that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Any questions, gentlemen? All right. Mr. Shelby,
Sir.
are we looking to move this tonight, Ms. Phelan?
It's a move to transmit, but that would be, pardon me, I'm sorry, the best at this point, because it is a public hearing, to open the floor for public comment and then close the hearing before you make that motion then.
Move to open the hearing up?
I don't believe it had been physically opened. Madam Clerk?
No, there weren't.
Okay, well, it is a public hearing. You can take the motion now, that would be fine.
All right.
No, move to open.
Public hearing
Move
on
on
one
public hearing.
13.
Move to public hearing for 1:13.
Actually,
We can't move it at 6 o'clock, right, Mr. Shelby?
no, you can open up just this one,
Just this one?
just this one.
Well, there's two, aren't they?
No, I think it's just one, just the 5 o'clock public hearing.
Okay, there's only one, I thought
Move up public hearing for the 5 o'clock,
there was.
item one? Okay, so Mr. Miranda and Mr. Maniscalco got second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing is now open. We have anybody to speak on this item on the second floor?
I believe there, Ms. Rosario?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There is no one here to speak on item number 1. Thank you.
And I believe there is somebody who's registered, is that
All
correct,
right, then
Madam
we
Clerk?
have one.
That is correct, Jacob Kramer.
All right, Mr. Kramer?
In CTV, the audio is very low from the second floor. It was this afternoon, or this morning, too.
Had made that request, there's a problem with feedback on it, if they turn it up too loud.
Well, they're backing away from the mic too. Instead
Right.
of being here, they're here.
We have the speaker, Mr. Kramer, online?
Council, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Council members, I think Randy did a good job, so I'll keep this brief. My name is Jake Kramer with Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street, and I represent the partnership between the Tampa Housing Authority and Related Urban on their West River project. You might recall we came before you with a PD a few months ago that you unanimously approved for the West River District. And essentially this, in our view, was an outgrowth of that effort. As we worked with the city and the Planning Commission, we learned about this issue in the comprehensive plan. And the only thing I would add to Randy's presentation is this all came out, this level of density came out of the West River master plan. When you go back and look at that master plan, the city, on its behalf, as well as THA and the other government partners, they really did a lot of collaboration. They did a lot of outreach at that time, and this is what the community contemplated. So I see this as just implementing that vision that the community got behind back in 2016. So with that, we'd ask for your approval tonight to transmit this to the state. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have anybody else, Madam Clerk?
That was it.
Second.
Mr. Maniscalco has moved. Mr. Citro has second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing is now closed. Yep. All right. Mr. Maniscalco has moved to transmit.
Second.
Second by Mr. Citro. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, council.
We're down until 6 o'clock.
And
Mr.
we're
Chairman.
adjourned till 6. Representative Shelby?
Well, I'm looking at the agenda, and it does say item 2 is called for 6, even though it is a non-quasi judicial proceeding, but it is tied with number 3, so, and in that it's been set on the agenda for 6 o'clock, my recommendation would be to hold it till that time.
All right.
New business, so get that out of the way. People, if anybody's got anything, kill it from the end of the night.
I have 2, but Sonia hasn't brought it yet.
Other people might have one.
Anybody have any new business, gentlemen? All right, Mr. Maniscalco?
I'd like to make a motion that anyone from the Transportation Department come back to us. I'm looking at the agenda, the calendar. September 2nd seems to be pretty light as a regular council meeting. So under staff reports, just to give a report on the status of paving projects within the city of Tampa. We have terrible roads, some of the worst roads that I know of. I know some county roads are within the city of Tampa. I remember a couple years ago here at council we voted, it was on the agenda. Armenia was one street, and I know that's part of the county. That didn't get paved, a certain section that was listed. Habana is terrible. Columbus Drive, I know that they're studying that. Again, not everything is a city road, but since it's within the city, it's within my district, these roads are terrible. The thing is, you have potholes, you patch those potholes, but it rains all the time, so those patches are washed out, and you're left with big holes. There have been streets that I've stopped at that you can walk out onto the street and pick up chunks of asphalt. It's cracked all over. Several people have complained to me or my office that they've hit these potholes and it's caused damage to their wheels, to their alignment, blown out tires. You know, we're better than this. I know that Mr. O'Hara gave us a report about the money that we get from the federal level in regards to COVID and whatnot and what we can spend it on. Perhaps we can look at some of the city roads and pave those. I know that with the pipes project, many of our roads are going to be torn up because the underground utilities are going to be replaced, the pipes and whatnot, and then they're going to be paved. But in the meantime, if we can at least get a status update on the paving of our streets. I've already done the analysis. We don't need to do a study. The roads are terrible and we're getting lots of complaints, and I think we can all speak to that because it's not just me getting calls. So I'd like to make that motion for September 2nd under staff report, someone from the Transportation Department. Second.
Motion by Mr. Maniscalco, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to just inquire, is that for an appearance or a written report?
A written report is fine. I mean, the data will be there, and then we can, you know, I mean, we're going into the budget and whatnot, so I think the timing is right. So that's right.
All right, motion on the floor by Mr. Maniscalco, second by Ms. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Ms. Vieira, you have anything, sir?
Do I ever? No, I'm joking. No, I mean, I motion for, why the hell not? I motion for a commendation for Patsy Sanchez, Director of Diversity and Inclusion at USF, who spent 24 years in education and advocacy. Further, that said commendation be presented off-site at a date to be determined.
Motion by Mr. Vieira, second by Mr. Citro already. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And that's it. Wow.
Motion carried. All right, Mr. Carlson, anything, sir?
Hopefully this won't lead to a discussion. I just wanted to let you all know, last time I made a motion to set up a discussion on September 23rd to talk about humanitarian aid. And despite whatever you might have heard or read, that is my intention. That was the motion that was approved by council. So my intention is to discuss humanitarian aid on September 23rd. Thank you.
I'd like to amend it to discuss the embargo and non-joke.
Motion by Mr.
No motion.
Mr.
No motion.
All right.
Anything
Anything else, sir? All right, Mr. Dingfield, anything, sir?
Can you come back to me in a minute or two?
See you in about 2 weeks.
Mr. Citro, I think, has some, he's coming since we did it early. Mr. Here he comes. Anything, sir? Any new business for you, sir?
My motion is being written right now. It'll have to be later. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
No problem, no problem. Mr. Dingfellow, you still waiting?
Yes, I'm getting some electronic input from above, and I'm.
All right, well, we're gonna go ahead and do an adjournment. Mine hasn't been written yet either, so we'll go ahead and adjourn to our 6 o'clock hearings. We're adjourned.
Carlson,
Here.
Maniscalco, Dingfelder,
Here.
Citro,
Here.
Vieira, Miranda,
Here.
and Goose. Goose.
Yes.
We have a physical quorum present.
All right. We have item number 2 at 6 o'clock. We get a motion to open the public hearing.
So move item 2 through 13.
All right, Mr. Miranda's open, Mrs. Richard is second. All in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? All right. we're
Mr.
open.
Chairman.
Yes, sir. You're recognized.
Ms. Feely's just sort of waiting around for this one, so I told her I'd try and jump in with it.
All right, which is that?
This is a motion that we've talked about earlier, and staff is requesting that we schedule our August, our September, and October zonings and special use evening hearings to start at 5 o'clock for the next 3 months. And that way we can catch up on our caseload and not be staying here, or not have the community waiting as late into the evening. So regardless of what type of cases they are, staff is looking to do that. And unless there's any other discussion on it, I'll read the motion.
All right, any discussion? Anything from you, Mr. Shelby?
No, sir.
All right.
If you could just read the motion.
All right, definitely continue.
All right. So I'll move to direct development coordination to set the upcoming rezoning and special use evening public hearings for the months of August, September, and October to begin at 5 p.m. to allow for mitigation of the current caseload, with development coordination staff to report back to City Council during the October 7th, 2021 City Council meeting under staff reports to provide an update on caseload and backlog related to quasi-judicial matters, and I'll provide this to the clerk.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Dingfellow, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Mr. Shelby, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, did you want to do the housekeeping item with regard to number 13?
Number 13. All right.
I know there are a lot of people registered for number 13 as well, and I don't know how many there are downstairs, so I
My
believe,
understanding downstairs is pretty packed.
I believe you have a request from Truett Gardner relative to a continuance. I don't know whether he's available
All right.
online.
Mr. Gardner's looking for, continue for item 13. All right, do we have Mr. Gardner on the line? Is he down on the second floor?
Is he registered?
Is Mr. Truett Gardner registered?
No, he's not.
For number 13?
He is registered once.
All right. I see Truett Gardner, there he is.
Can't hear you, Truett. Audio on?
He'd be sworn in as well, right?
Yes, that would be fine.
Please
Can you
raise
hear-
your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
We
Still
we
can't hear you.
How about that?
How about that?
All right, thank you. I was panicking there. It said I was unmuted, but you couldn't hear me. Yes, on this, I've coordinated with the attorney for Save Beach Park and agreed to a continuance. We initially wanted September 9th, but as an accommodation to Mr. Boutsakis, I believe is his name, he's going to be out of town, and so we would request September 23rd if you have room on your agenda.
Mr. Shelby?
They have been made aware of that.
Mr. Chairman, is there somebody from staff just to confirm that place on the calendar? I believe I spoke to Ms. Dock earlier. She may be available to be.
I
brought
see
into
Zane
this
has his
discussion.
hand up. If you
Oh,
want to
Mr.
recognize him, sir.
Thank you, sir. Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination. For September 23rd, we have 10 rezonings, 2 ABs, and 1 vacating, totaling for 13 cases. But we can place this on that September 23rd continuance at 5:01 p.m.
They're looking at October, Zane.
September 23rd is what they're asking for, Mr. Chairman.
September 23rd, sir.
I thought he said that the gentleman from the neighborhood said he couldn't make September.
Oh, was the case?
He could not make September 9th, but they can make September 23rd.
Okay, I misunderstood.
And just for
And how many is that, Zane?
We have a total of 13 cases, 10 rezonings, 2 ABs, and 1 vacating.
And Mr. Chairman, this would be over the 13 limit.
Correct.
And also, just two things that might mitigate. Number one is, one of the cases is a vacate that travels very quickly, usually takes not much time relative to the rezoning, it travels with the rezoning. And the other one is, this is an alcoholic beverage night, so you're gonna have some alcoholic beverage cases which usually take less time. If you were to do it on like, for instance, the second Tuesday, you'd have a lot more rezonings relative to the alcoholic beverage. So if it's council's pleasure to recognize that, that date could be made available. Otherwise, it would have to continue. And I did have the opportunity to look at the schedule with Ms. Dock, and I will tell you that October is pretty darn full already.
Okay, Mr. Shelby, we'll take that into consideration for the September 23rd. We have a motion?
So moved.
Again,
All right, Mr. Citro has moved it, Mr. Miranda has seconded, all in favor?
And Mr. Chairman, just so we
Was
can,
that 5 o'clock?
it would be 6 o'clock, is that correct?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. September 23rd,
23rd.
2021,
Okay,
6 p.m.
September 23rd.
Is that okay with both parties?
Why 6 if we just did all of them for 5?
Actually, technically, that's true. We could set it
That's
it should be
why I
set for
said
5
5 o'clock.
I'm so sorry.
That's quite all right.
You're 2 steps,
I'm
at least 2
following your
steps.
lead.
At least 2 steps ahead of me. Thank you. That would be true.
And Mr. Gardner, you said the other party is amenable to that, sir?
Yes, we've communicated both by phone call, and I believe that's also stated in his letter, his inability to be at the September 9th hearing, and I told him we would request the 23rd.
Does staff have knowledge of that, just to confirm that?
Yes, sir. This has been acknowledged.
All right, in that case, Mr. Citro has put a motion on the floor for September 23rd. Yeah, Mr. Tickningfellow?
Question on the motion, do we check downstairs to see if anybody wanted to speak to the continuance?
We can, if there's anybody who would have an objection to the continuance. If there's anybody we are aware of.
attorney's already sent the letter,
That might
correct?
be the attorney. He's dressed well.
Did you want to hear from the attorney?
Are you the attorney of record, sir?
Yes, I am. Michael Butskas for Save
Will
Beach
you be
Park.
sworn in, please?
I have been sworn in.
All right, sir.
And yes, we're okay with the 23rd, that whether you switch it to 5 PM starting or 6 time. The 9th was the only day, and we appreciate Mr. Gardner's accommodation in that request, and the staff.
All right, thank you, sir. Any more questions, Mr. Dingfelter? All right, motion's on the floor by Mr. Citro, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. September 23rd agenda.
If I can, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
just
sir,
for
you
the
recognize.
Yes, thank you, sir. Just for the purposes of the record, those people who are downstairs for item number 13 REZ 21-43, and those people who are online, I see from my count 18 people registered. That item has now been continued to September 23rd at 5 p.m. Per council's motion. So that item will not be taken up tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other house cleaning, Mr. Shelby?
No, sir. Mr. Hussein is looking to be recognized.
You recognize Mr. Hussein?
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 8, file number AB2 21-23, also cannot be heard. The applicant did not perfect notice.
To remove would be in order.
So moved. Second.
Ms. Maniscalco has moved, Mr. Citro has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Item 8 is moved.
Anything else, sir?
Anything else, sir? Mr. Hussein, anything else?
No, sir.
All right. We'll continue on. We'll go to item number 2. Hearings have been opened.
Jennifer Mullen with the Planning Commission. I'm here for item number 2. If I can have permission to share my screen.
You'd be sworn in?
Yes, I do need to be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is Plan Amendment 20-34. This is going to be familiar to council because this was before you in April, but some things have changed with this amendment. So it's located at 413 South Willow Avenue. It is located at the corner of South Willow Avenue and West Horatio Street, just south of the West Platte Street and slightly south of the Selman Expressway. The request is from residential 10 to residential 20. It is one parcel. It was previously 3 parcels, and previously the request was to residential 35. But today the applicant has come back with this to residential 20 on just the one parcel that is outlined here at the corner of Horatio and Willow. The Planning Commission found the original request consistent, and this request would also be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? All right.
And Mr. Chairman, may be recognized on this
You be
item.
recognized, sir.
I believe there's a substitute associated with this. Is there anybody who's going to speak more about that, or is that going to be the petitioner who's going to speak to that?
Anybody speaking on the substitute from staff?
The substitute, I'm sorry, Susan Johnson Velez, Assistant City Attorney. This substitute ordinance?
Yes.
Yes, there is a substitute ordinance that just reflects the single parcel that Ms. Malone described, and only reflects that for adoption this evening in the ordinance.
Any questions, gentlemen? I guess we'll hear from the public.
Well, I believe that will be explained by the petitioner when he makes his presentation. Just a reminder to, again, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney for the record, just a reminder to council, this item is not quasi-judicial. This item is legislative. It is a public policy decision of City Council to change the future land use map relative to the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. It is separate from item number 3, which travels with it. That is the rezoning. And I just want to remind council with regard to the evidence in this case, it is a fairly debatable standard, and as such, I'm going to ask the public that if you're here to speak on item 2, that you limit it to the matter at hand, which is the plan amendment to the future land use map. and not talk about, if you can, please, the specific rezoning issues that would come up when item number 3 would be taken up. Just a reminder, council, to please separate the two items, and for the public, those be taken up separately, and we can continue forth from that. Thank you.
All right, is the city speaking on this issue?
The petitioner is present, I believe.
All right.
There he is.
All right, Mr. Piccolini, I think you've been sworn, you're on the second floor, correct, sir?
Yes, sir, I've been sworn. There was a city presentation last time, I'm not sure, but it was found consistent. And I wanted to start off by saying that pursuant to the last hearing that we had, that we removed 502 Orleans and 411 South Willow, and this petition for a land use change only pertains to 413 South Willow. The Planning Commission staff reviewed this, and as Jennifer Malone has already indicated, it was found consistent, and they were found consistent by the city staff as well. So when we go forward with this, I wanted to share a couple of aerials with you. This is an aerial showing the subject parcel. I'm sorry. So it shows the subject parcel, and then all of these other parcels that you're seeing here are they're higher density. They're either residential 35 or residential 20. And let me show you the photographs. This is immediately adjacent to this property to the north. This is to the south across the Horatio. This is diagonally south across Horatio and slightly to the east. And this is a photograph directly to the east. This is a photograph showing you Horatio looking northward toward the Crosstown Expressway, and Horatio was used as a collector and connection to this area. The aerial photographs here, let me share this with you. These are all multifamily surrounding this property. 3 sides are multifamily and have land use designations that are Res 20 or Res 35. This is a close-up showing you, again, the subject property here, and then apartments and townhouses on all the other sides. When this came to the Planning Commission itself, it was voted on and found to be consistent. And then the designations, and I'll need to read these into the record, regarding the resolution, that it met Land Use Objective 1.1, recognizing that the city is comprised of unique districts, University Central, New Tampa, South Tampa, et cetera. 1.1.1 recognizes Central Tampa District as the primary urban employment, civic, and cultural center, building upon the heritage and assets found in the diverse neighborhoods while fostering a vibrant urban living lifestyle through mixed-use developments via entertainment and cultural facilities. Land Use Objective 1.2, create inspired urban design while respecting Tampa's human scale, unique history, aesthetics, natural environment, and the sense of community identity as the city evolves. Land Use Policy 1.2.3, relate new buildings and development to the context of the neighborhood and the community. And this is of particular importance because this particular parcel is in the middle of other multifamily projects. And then the proposal would allow 20 development units to the acre, which in this case is 3 units. Promote a wide range of uses. This is policy 1.2.8, close proximity to each other. These uses shall include, but not limited to, mixed density housing with a variety of housing options, local serving goods and services, civic uses, employment generators. And then land use objective 2.1, regulate the levels of building intensity according to the standards and land designations in order to accommodate the projected population increase of 150,000 people and 157,000 employees by 2040. And as I showed you on the photographs, The properties to the east are designated residential 35, and the density is 1.5 times the density that's being requested for this particular parcel, which is the residential 20 versus the existing residential 35. Encourage compact, higher density development that is incompatible with the surrounding character. And I would venture to say that 3 townhouse units that would be available to be built on this property is certainly within that range and is less intense than what's already existing around there. Land use policy 2.1.2, use limited resources more efficiently and pursue a development pattern that fits more economically sound by encouraging infill development on vacant and underutilized sites. Again, this parcel at 413 South Willow meets all of that criteria. Land use objective 3.4, establish Hillsborough River as the focus of the center city, creating a link between river places that promote pedestrian economic activity and extend value to the community. This parcel is located between that collector on Platt Street and Horatio and the Old Hyde Park Village. Encourage more and diverse housing opportunities in the city by amending current land use development regulations in a way to promote the development of residential and mixed-use projects. The staff, because of the nature of this particular project, went to great lengths to make sure that we were consistent with the plans. Land use objective 3.5, recognize and strengthen city center neighborhoods, creating a vibrant, diverse distinction and interconnectivity of the community. Promote land use 3.5.3, promote development that respects the historic character and development pattern of the central city neighborhoods. This does exactly that. As a matter of fact, this is probably a better mixed pattern and character than the surrounding development. Policy 9.8, provide for the concentration of housing in an area where public transit and local services are conveniently available and accessible to the pedestrians. We are approximately 2 blocks south of Platt and where Horatio meets with the Crosstown Expressway, where there are numerous opportunities for bus and transit. Land use policy 9.8.1, use moderate density multifamily zones in multifamily areas. This is a multifamily area, and this is proposed as a single family semi-detached, which is 3 units. To provide additional housing opportunities to encourage infill projects, conversations with conversions of existing buildings with compatible and existing uses of houses in small to moderate scale apartment buildings, or providing new and residential development at moderate densities which can fill in vacant and underutilized sites in the neighborhoods with existing moderate density residential structures. The fact that we are surrounded on, at least on the east side, by the residential 35 and the residential 20, this is an ideal match for that transition from residential 20 to the residential 35. Promote denser this is land use 9.8.3. Promote denser residential scale multifamily neighborhoods by permitting building types that allow for multifamily walk-up apartments. These buildings should be designed with height limits and development standards that promote a strong relationship between the individual buildings, dwellings, and the ground level. This also meets that criteria. Housing goals and objectives and policies. Objective 1.3, ensure that adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs and preferences and financial capabilities of Tampa households now and in the future of all neighborhoods. Housing policy 1.3.4, encourage new housing on vacant, infill, and underutilized land. And then it goes on to say that the Planning Commission itself has met that criteria, and they found in favor of us moving forward and presenting this case to you. We have endeavored to answer questions. We've reached out and asked to meet with representatives from the neighborhood association, and that did not happen. The request before you is to allow the development of up to a maximum of 3 residential units on this particular parcel. And again, I've said it, we've met all of the criteria established by the Planning Commission, by the comprehensive plan, and the city review and its standards regarding land use changes and land use amendments. The maximum square footage of this property is 4,132 square feet, and that allows for the maximum of three units. The surrounding area contains a mix of detached single-family, two-family, multifamily residences, and there are multifamily residences to the east, southeast, and south of the subject site. To the west of the subject property are detached single-family. To the north is a single subject is a two-family duplex. Actually, it's a 4-unit apartment building. Closest public recreational facilities is Hyde Park, which is 3/4 of a mile to the southwest. The closest transit stop is a 1/4 mile to the northeast. As I mentioned, this is at the corner of Platte and Delaware. When you're reviewing this in the context of its location, this location sits in the middle of surrounded by multifamily, which higher densities. It also serves the public in terms of taking an underutilized parcel of land and converts it into a more efficient use of the property with the 3 units. And again, those are restrictions that are applied. And just as a reminder, I wanted to make sure that you are aware, back again, based upon our first hearing, all of the other parcels have been removed except for the one at the corner of Horatio and Willow. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have regarding the land use. However, we concur with the staff of both the city and the Planning Commission, as well as the planning commissioners, that this is a viable and appropriate change to make, and it is a ideal transition between the residential 35 that exists to the east to a residential 20, which is what we're proposing at this corner. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. But we concur with the staff recommendation that this is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's consistent with the city staff reviews and recommendations, as well as the Planning Commission staff and the Planning Commission.
Mr. Dingford, I noticed you had your hand up a couple of times during his presentation. You recognized.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Michelini, the photographs were flying by quickly, and I appreciate your wanting to expedite this, but could you show us the front view of the subject property, not an aerial view because that's a little hard to make out, but if one of those was actually the street view of the subject property. And then I had a question for staff, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Hold on, I'm flipping through the photographs now. This Mr. Dingfelder, is a side view. Actually, that's a rear view from the alley, and the subject property is on the right side. And you can see the apartment building immediately adjacent to it to the north.
Okay, so right now this is the single-family house, the yellow one.
Single-family rental property.
Okay, and I got confused about which ones got deleted and which one got left. Is this the one on the corner of Willow?
Yes, this is the corner of Willow and Horatio.
Okay, and is it safe to assume, is this a bungalow on the front of the house?
I don't know if it's a bungalow or not, but it's an older single-family home. And
okay.
It's in.
All right. I appreciate it. Staff, and I'm not sure which staff can provide this information best. The request, at least by his admission, indicates 3 units, ultimately 3 units on a 50-foot piece of property. And Mr. Shelby, don't worry, I'm not going to the zoning. But I'm just addressing what Mr. Michelini stated in his presentation. 3 units on a 50-foot parcel. So I'd like somebody on staff to take a look at the surrounding uses, not tell me what the potential is about R35 or R20 or R10 or what have you, but actually tell me, are there any projects along that street or even nearby that are built out at 3 units on a 50-foot parcel? Because, and I totally acknowledge that in that area there might be 2 units, a duplex, a modern duplex on a 50-foot parcel, but I'm a little hard pressed to picture 3 units on a 50-foot parcel. So
I can show you.
Well, I'm not asking you, Steve, right now. You can rebut. But Ms. Malone or Frank, if either of you could help me with that, I'd be appreciative.
Councilman Dingfelder, that's a great point. I'm trying my best to do a very quick analysis on Google, but it will not be perfect on the fly. And I really am best suited to let you know about the density and the surrounding potential instead of such a specific zoning question. But I mean, I could certainly do my best, or even ask Frank.
Well,
if he has
maybe we
any
can
more.
we can circle back to you, Jennifer, in a little bit after the public comment, and see how you're doing. Would that work?
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Shelby, just for the record, Mr. McLean?
Yes, sir. I have the survey up on the screen. It's not a 50-foot lot.
Before we get, go, Mr. Dingfelder.
Okay, it's not a 50-foot lot. How big's the lot?
65 by 128.
Okay, all right. So, so my question still stands to the Planning Commission staff, to Jennifer. Can she quickly review the surrounding area and tell us, I'm going to assume the other lots around there might be similar size, and if they are we looking at 3 units on those surrounding lots? But thank you for the clarification, Mr. McLean.
I can show you the ownership pattern, which clearly shows that these are higher densities, and they have the lots identified.
All right, well, why don't we wait and see what Jennifer comes up with, and I'll be glad to hear you on rebuttal, Steve. Thank
Well,
you.
I showed it to you in the presentation. I'll be happy to show it to you again.
Councilman, can I ask a clarifying question?
You recognize Ms. Malone?
Thank you. What is the amount of the lot size that you'd like me to compare for 3 units on these?
Well, he's showing a 65-foot lot. I don't know if most of the lots along there are 65 feet, or if they're smaller or bigger or what have you. But basically what I'm wondering is the development pattern, the existing development pattern, 3 units, 3 individual units on a 60-foot lot or a 65-foot lot or what have you.
You need to remind them that Jason.
Okay, it's just it's a little tricky because unless it's zoned with an RS60 designation, it's tough to estimate the size of the lot on the fly. I could use a measuring tool, but it would be an estimate on the computer. If that makes sense. I don't want to give an incorrect answer is what I'm saying. But I can certainly do my best and see if there are 3 units on a 65-foot lot, but it might not be 100% accurate.
Your best is all we can ask for, and we'll circle back to you after public comment if that's okay with Mr. Chairman.
That's fine. Mr. Shelby?
Yes, sir.
While we were on adjournment, Mr. McElhaney asked to speak to me as it relates to some type of community meeting that you may attend or with other of the council members, and he wanted to be transparent and put that on the record, what have you. But since that was brought to my attention, I want to make sure, I don't know if it's for item 2 or 3, but when I see 413 South Willow, 413 South Willow and 3, I just want to bring that to your attention. Would you happen to know what he's talking about?
Mr. Chairman, that has to do with item 3 and not 2.
Okay, all right. We'll get to when item 3 comes.
Well, I will be, thank you for raising that, because relative to item number 3, I will be asking for council to disclose ex parte communications relative to item number 3, because it is a quasi-judicial matter. Item number 3, Mr. Chairman, is a quasi judicial. Therefore, obviously, that ex parte communication you had with the petitioner, I'd ask you to disclose that when I ask everybody as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll continue. We'll hear from the public now. Anybody speak on item number 2 on the second floor?
Give me 1 second.
No problem. You can have all the seconds you want.
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. For this item, I have 15 people that are here on the second floor to speak on this item, and they have all been sworn in.
How many did you say, Mr. Rosario?
15.
15. All right.
Yes, sir. First
Let it
one
begin.
is here.
Please state your name, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Pam Canella. I live at 604 South Orleans. I found the criteria used to substantiate the rezoning of 413 South Willow to be inconsistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. I read them. These goals are
Just point of order, Mr. Chairman.
the people's safety.
Hold up one
Shelby,
second, ma'am.
Shelby?
Mr. Shelby.
I'm sorry.
Are you raising
I
a
think
point?
Mr. Shelby has the same point of order I'm making.
You're going to raise a point of order? Ms. Canella, are you here to speak to the rezoning, or are you here to speak to the change to the future land use map?
Land use.
The land use.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So you started out by talking about the rezoning. The rezoning's item 3.
Yes,
So
sir.
we're
I
not- so-
I have extra 3 minutes, and I'm going to speak on that also goes along with the land use.
Right, so for right now, we're just talking about number 2.
Okay, I got it. Number 2.
A question with regard to.
You recognize, sir?
Yes, thank you. You mentioned an extra 3 minutes. How is it do you have a speaker waiver form?
Right here? Yes.
All right, now.
Is that what you're talking about?
All right, Joe.
So
All
let
right.
me ask you this. Are you waiving your 3 minutes, ma'am?
I am, yes.
And you will not be speaking tonight
I will not be speaking tonight
on this item number 2?
on this item number 2.
And you're giving up the 3 minutes of your time to add an additional minute to Ms. Canella's time?
That's correct.
So she'll have a total of 4 minutes for this time?
That's right.
I understand. Is there anybody else that you're adding, Ms. Canella, besides, and your name again for the record, please?
Pam Canella.
And the woman who's waiving her time?
Data Glasser.
Could you just step up to the microphone just so they can...
Oh, sorry about that.
Data Glasser.
Okay, thank you very much. So a total of 4 minutes, and again, the point of order that was raised, that the issue here now is the change of the future land use map from
Yes, the
residential
rezoning
to-
of the land use.
No, it's not a rezoning.
Oh, I'm
Rezoning is
sorry.
number 3.
Okay,
This
land
de-
use-
This deals from, just so we clear for the record, and it might as well do this for the benefit of the rest of
Ms.
the people.
Shelby,
in the
Ms.
audience.
Shelby,
Yes,
Ms. Shelby, if you do this, sir.
Yes.
Since you're going to go ahead and make the instruction, make sure that those who are in that room there on item, for this item, which is about 15 people, make sure they know that there's 2 separate portions to this.
Yeah, if you could speak into the microphone so they can hear you as well, sir, that's a good point.
If you would let the folks in the room on the second floor know that there are 2 separate items. One is a rezoning and one is an amendment reference to the planning commission of a change. So let them know the instructions so they won't be stopped from talking in reference to item 2 or 3.
But they can come back.
They can
could come back.
They can come back and speak on both.
Correct.
I'm hoping we don't have to come back.
Right.
Well, in terms of after item 2, should item 2 move forward, obviously, there would be a presentation and an opportunity to speak on item number 3. Item number 3 is the rezoning. This item here for the public is solely on the discussion of whether council should amend the future land use map from the current designation of residential 10, R10, to residential 35, R35. whether you are in support of that change and stating the reasons therefore, or whether you are opposed to that change and stating those reasons. Thank you.
Am I ready?
You're ready, ma'am.
Okay, I oppose the change for the simple reason that it is not inconsistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of our Tampa Comprehensive Plan. These goals are the people's safety and quality of life, our infrastructure, and mobility are the written guidelines by which Tampa's comprehensive plan promote responsible growth and development. Our Florida statute section 163.3177 requires that the city provide that public facilities and services meet and/or exceed the standards necessary for growth and development. The city has not met these goals. Goal number 1, people's safety affect their quality of life. Additional traffic density to our area is unsafe for the residents as well as for the public who come to enjoy our neighborhood. We have reduced car lanes to fit bike lanes, which are unsafe for the bicyclists and the pedestrians. Number 2, our infrastructure. For growth and development to support existing residents, we need a, number 1, drainage system that actually works. Our sewer pipes that are not in need of constant repair, and backyards that don't flood every time it rains. Mobility. No balance of multimodal transportation network causing an impact on our, my mouth is getting kind of dry, excuse me. There is no balance of multimodal transportation network. It's causing an impact on our neighborhood. The city would like us to believe that we excel in this area, but again, we lag in all areas of mobility. Our bike lanes are not safe. In some areas, they measure only 4 feet, and I've measured them, when 5 feet meet the requirement for safety. They do not connect from one street to another. Now let's talk about our transit or bus system. They all also fall under mobility. And they are inadequate, and only 1.2% of the working force use them. The reason? A 20 to 30-minute trip in a car is 3 hours or more by bus. There's limited service in our area. It runs only on the hour. There are several transfers for one destination, with the public still having to walk to their destination once they've traveled 3 buses. It's very confusing and time-consuming for visitors and for the locals. In 2019, Federal Transit Authority, American Authority, and the American Housing Survey ranked Tampa Bay the 8th worst metro area for public transportation. Allowing the change of land use of 413 South Willow would be against the goals, objectives, and policies written by past generations and are inconsistent with Tampa's comprehensive plan for responsible future growth and development.
Give you 10 seconds, ma'am.
Sure, can I have some water? My mouth is dry.
All right, I gave you 10 seconds.
Are you ready for me?
You done?
Well, okay, I know.
I gave you 10 seconds.
You got 10 seconds? Oh, geez, 10 seconds. Okay, well, let me just start on the site plan that was provided by the applicant.
We're not there yet. The site plan relates to
okay,
number 3.
It still affects density. I'm not allowed to speak on that?
No.
Okay, no problem then. I'm
right.
done. I thought I
Thank
had
you.
to speak on that. Thank you so much.
start? Start now.
I don't think they're ready for
Okay.
Okay, we ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, state your name for us.
Virginia Smith. Ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Discussing the water and infrastructure of our area. We already have a drainage and sewer problems in the area. Infrastructure cannot handle more development. It's like drinking from a fire hose. At some point, you reach a tipping point, and we've reached that tipping point with development in our area. Here's a photo that was taken yesterday. This is right down there in that area. Let's see, I guess I'm supposed to show it here. I don't know, you can help me. Of where it's being repaired. Our sewers collapse often, and they've been out 3 and 4 times in the past year. This is on the corner of Horatio and Orleans. Oops. Horatio and Orleans, as you can see on this.
Ms. Shelby, you recognize?
It would just
Right
be
there,
easier. if you-
Horatio and Orleans.
It would just be
What?
easier if she held, it's large enough to be held up in front of
Ma'am,
the
you can just
camera.
hold it up, we can see it, they're that big.
If you hold,
Right, we can see those, yes.
Yeah, there's, down there in the middle of the street down, you can see the orange cone. That's where one of these sewer pipes have collapsed. And that's been that way for several weeks now. We've gotten it marked, but it just sits there in the middle of the road. Hopefully nobody runs over it at night because it's not lit. Okay, developments don't incorporate French drain systems or cistern-type underground retention of water. Instead, as here on our site plan, the developer has provided retention ditches for water. They're so attractive.
Ma'am,
Pardon?
you can't speak on
Okay.
the zoning issues on number 3.
Okay. So can I keep going here? Okay.
Yes,
so
ma'am, you still have your time.
So driving on Willow, it's just not, so I just want to show somebody of the type of ditches that we have around Hyde Park. That this is one I found in the entrance to Hyde Park off Morrison. You can see how beautiful those retention ditches look, okay? Really pretty from Willow. And they also add to the mosquito problem. I don't know about you guys, but the mosquitoes are really bad this year. And all these serve to do is make more mosquitoes, which is a hazard to people and a health hazard with the Zeta and whatever the mosquitoes carry. Also, Hyde Park revelers walking down Willow can fall in a ditch during Gasparilla. That's also a hazard. And I still go back to the situation of where does all the water go? Where does the water go when it rains? We are eliminating all our trees on these lots. We cover them with concrete and the driveways, and there's no percolating surroundings. So there's no grassy front yards or backyards like we have in the bungalow lots that absorbs the water when it rains. So again, we have a problem with drainage. And traffic is another one. Willow is a gateway avenue between Hyde Park, Swan, Bayshore, Kennedy, downtown, and the crosstown commuters. This Willow is overly saturated with density and traffic patterns. Schools are another area of congestion. You have 4 or more schools in close proximity with parents picking up and dropping off students. You can imagine with all the traffic at that time of the day. I want to offer the example.
Finish your thought, ma'am.
Pardon?
Finish your thought.
I just wanted to offer an example of Buckhead in Atlanta. I don't know if you've already visited Buckhead in Atlanta. It's also a mix of residential where there's multifamily and commercial has grown up amongst it. The traffic density is such that you drive 1 block every 10 minutes. That's what we're coming to in this area. You need to really realize what's happening in Hyde Park.
All right, thank you, ma'am, for your comments.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, you recognize, sir.
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, just another reminder for the people in the audience that if you speak on number 2, relative to the land use change, you still have an opportunity to speak to the rezoning issue. You do have, it's a separate item, and you have a separate time period for public comment for you to raise those issues that you're not perhaps able to raise at this point. You would you're not barred, you're not prevented from speaking again on the next item, item number 3.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Hello.
Hello.
My My name is Dr. Jennifer Stylen, and I live on the South Orleans Avenue, and I'm just going to speak from my heart. I've lived in the same house in Hyde Park for the past 30 years. It was supposed to be our starter home, but it looks like it's going to be our finisher home. It's a lovely neighborhood where we all know our neighbors personally, kind of like Mayberry from the Andy Griffith Show. This is a neighborhood of 1920 wooden bungalows to grand mansions and streets lined with grand oaks to shade our lovely sidewalks. And it is this that attracts people from all over Tampa and beyond to come and visit and step into the scenic 100-year-old neighborhood, not apartments. At any time of day, you can see joggers, walkers with dogs, moms pushing baby carts, bicyclists and rented scooters zipping around, children and teens walking to and from school. However, with the increased building of apartments and forced population density, traffic has increased at least tenfold since I first moved here. Every day is chaos with heavy traffic weaving left to right to avoid oncoming traffic and parked cars. Every day I get in my car, I feel like I'm playing chicken on the road to get out of my neighborhood. It is downright dangerous for the youth, the elderly, the handicapped, the joggers and the scooters, and our beloved pets, and of course the drivers. More times than not, it has been a dangerous feat for me to cross Willow or Swan when I'm walking my dog every day. There are 5 schools within a few blocks of my house: Gorey Elementary on Dilion, St. Joe's Middle School on South Orleans, St. Joe's Kindergarten on Rome Avenue, Wilson Middle on Dilion, and the Greek Orthodox on Swan Avenue. Twice a day, each have long car lines that wrap around busy streets, and we wonder why we have road rage. This traffic situation is a recipe for disaster. I encourage you to only allow the building of single-family homes, like the ones built on the 500 block of South Orleans Avenue. I urge you to put people and their safety before profit. Let's act now. Our residents are speaking out. Please hear their voices. In closing, the Tampa Comprehensive Plan calls for the safety of its residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, state your name.
I'm Carol Call, and I have been sworn in. And I wanted to let you know that I bought my house at 606 South Orleans 25 years ago. My house, along with others in my block, turned 100 this year. When I bought my house, I took a chance on the neighborhood, even though many homes in the area had bars on the windows, things were stolen off of our front porches, and police helicopters were always circling overhead. We were considered the wrong side of Swan, but my neighbors and I worked hard, and we made improvements, we restored our houses, and now are part of the Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. We're against this zoning change because of the adverse effects it will have on our neighborhood. Others, and those coming up, will explain the traffic problems, noise, flooding issues, schools, et cetera, et cetera. But I'd like to touch on a couple other reasons to employ you against changing this development, the zoning and the development, both of them. This change would set a precedence for other lots in this area. I don't think that other Tampa departments can be relied on to do their job and make sure this proposal is adhered to. Once zoning is changed to PD, there is no going back, and the property could be used for commercial use. If you note on page 3, item 3 states that the proposed is for 3 units with a maximum of 8 units. That also coincides with their plan for 16 parking spaces, so this is kind of confusing. It's like it kind of makes you question what they're planning on doing with the property. There's plenty of building going on right now in South Tampa for apartments and condos. As you see, everywhere there's construction on Bayshore and Willow and just all around the university. You can ask any realtor in Tampa that there are not enough single-family homes for sale in our area. Families are having to settle on neighboring cities because they can't find a house in Tampa. This can't be good for businesses and employees that are considering moving to Tampa. Tampa is becoming a city of apartments and condos instead of family homes. While I was researching this petition, I found Imagine 2040, the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, that wants to shape the city's future for generations to come. It also states it wants a city where everybody cares about the quality of life. The plan focuses on growth and change to specific parts of the city while strengthening and protecting residential neighborhoods from development pressures. And we're feeling those pressures right now. It may be hard for some of you to vote against this petition because of personal relationships that you have, but I hope that you will think of the
Thank you,
homeowners,
ma'am.
taxpayers, and voters and do the right thing for our neighborhood and vote no. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Esther Parker, 805 South Willow. Mary Lou Bailey, our president-elect, could not be here, and I'd like to read a letter from her.
Mary Esther, could you come closer to the mic, please?
Is that better?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. I am writing on behalf of the Board of Hyde Park Preservation, Inc., HPPI, in regards to the proposed land use change at 413 South Willow, Tampa. The HPPI board voted unanimously, to oppose the request to change this lot from RS50 to a planned development with multiple townhomes. HPPI primary objection is to the increased density in the area, with Willow being a major feeder entry to and through this historic neighborhood. The area and this stretch of road are already overwhelmed, given that the infrastructure has not been keeping up with the population and its use. This is a safety issue. HPPI is very concerned about any new approvals to increase density in this area, especially as it could be used as a precedent to continue to allow development to replace single-family residents with multiple units on relatively small lots. This further exacerbates the many infrastructure problems already in existence, including traffic overload, the emergency vehicles, and one of the things I would love to see the map up again. The fire station is at the corner of Willow and Kennedy, and that is an access route. The public schools are past capacity. Public schools are past capacity. There is no defensive case for adding more density to this area that is already fraught with public safety issues. So I just want to emphasize again, Willow is used as an access for emergency vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Question.
You recognize, sir.
Ms. Parker, just for the record, could you inform us about your credentials and knowledge of real estate in that particular area?
What do you want to know? It's dense. I mean, it's we have.
No, I mean your own credentials. That you've been a realtor in that area?
Well, more importantly, I've lived in the neighborhood for 45 years. And 45 years ago, nobody wanted to live in this neighborhood. And so everybody's, come in and made a very nice neighborhood, and now everybody wants a piece of us. But I have been a realtor for 30-something years, 33 years. But I've lived on Willow for 45. And the traffic can back up as far as 2 blocks at the Platt lot, at the Platt light. So.
Thank you, Ms. Parker.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker.
Good evening, council members. My name is Renu Parker, and I live 3.5 blocks from the proposed development site at 413 South Willow. First of all, I want to thank you all for your service. You have a tough job. You have to decide about projects that could go forward and help develop Tampa, but you also have to take into consideration safety concerns and what is good for the community. As my fellow neighbors have already eloquently spoken to you about, and validly so, the density of Willow has become overwhelming. And the infrastructure simply has not kept up with the population and the traffic that has increased on Willow thus far. Let me speak to you in very real terms. Willow has become a racetrack. And on a personal note, I cannot even let my 2 minor children cross Willow, a residential street, without fear of some car racing down. Now, Willow has become popular with the advancement of Hyde Park Village and the development, which is fantastic. Our schools, our neighborhoods have become very popular as well. All good things. But at some point, council members, we look to you all for your counsel and your guidance in protecting our neighborhoods and protecting us and protecting the safety of our children. It is for these reasons, very real reasons, very human reasons, the safety of our children, that I ask you, please consider not approving the rezoning. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, Councilman.
Good evening.
I'm Angela Ducos, and I am waiving my 3 minutes. I'm going to donate to this gentleman right here, Cam Potter, and I think I'm supposed to put this right up here.
Is that a speaker waiver form?
Is that a speaker waiver form, ma'am?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, if you can give that to the staff downstairs, and that's an extra minute for the gentleman who's going to speak next for a total of 4 minutes. Remember, when you sign a speaker waiver form, that donates, you waive the 3 minutes and donates one of those minutes to the speaker. So if 7 people donate, you can get a maximum of 10. But again, it's only 1 minute per person who waives their 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I think it's good news for everyone that I won't even use the 4 minutes. My name is Timothy Cam Potter. I will move it this way. I have a PowerPoint to make this brief and so I can be concise. Excuse me, I live at 407 South Newport, 26-year resident, and I'm speaking in opposition to the plan amendment. I'm also a board member on Spanish Town Creek Civic Association. So the point I'd like to raise is I think that the Planning Commissioner's report dated on 4/12/21 failed to highlight some important inconsistencies with the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. And those inconsistencies specifically in this, demonstrated in this memorandum, which is attached to the, as an agenda item, attached to the agenda, page 24 of that document, goes into some of the criteria that would create a recommendation for a change. And in B, you can see that the subject site is within 1,320 feet, quarter of a mile of a designated transport station or designated transport corridor. It was highlighted that this site is not within a quarter mile of a designated transit corridor. Now, it is within about 1,100 feet of a HART bus stop on Platte, but I think that doesn't necessarily meet the spirit of changing the 2040 plan in that growth and density should be focused around transit corridors. But in addition to that, item C, the Planning Commission, the urban planner, felt that this item was not applicable, and I disagree. I believe it is applicable. It states that if the subject parcel is located adjacent to a parcel which has a land use certification of R6 or R10, the subject site is located within 660 feet, eighth of a mile, of the designated transport station or designated transit corridor. That is not the case. So it is next to an R10. There's no question about that. It is adjacent to R10 lots. However, it is not 660 feet within public transport. Another item I wanted to bring up that is also in this document is the adequate facilities analysis that was prepared by Matthew Pleasant. It's also attached to this agenda. And it shows here that in his notes, he said that the 3 schools servicing this lot, this neighborhood, do not have adequate capacity for the proposed development. So right there in the documentation, it says that the schools are at capacity. Developments adding diversity would tax the schools, and they would be over capacity. So for those 2 reasons, I think those weren't highlighted. It seems to me that the Planning Commission's recommendation was all about how it does meet the planning guidelines, and there was no mention of how it doesn't. So I think those are 2 important areas. Finally, I'd like to say that in the previous meeting in April, there was a lot of slides and presentations, pictures of the neighborhood and showing apartments. I live a block away, and it looked like I live in Apartment City. And I think that was a true misrepresentation of this area. And quite frankly, we would have invited the council down, the petitioner, to speak with us at our association. We would have taken the council to the property itself so he could have seen the property and seen that it's actually a bungalow.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry?
Thank you, sir.
Time's up?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I did take it off. Thank you.
It goes quick.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Couch, and I live at 603 South Orleans Avenue, and I'm here to oppose the zoning changes. In April, Councilman Dingfelder had asked Mr. McElhaney to reach out to the neighborhoods and the residents of the affected neighborhoods to have a dialogue, perhaps educate us and have more of an exchange of what was to happen. That was towards the end of the meeting in April. I haven't heard anything, and I never heard from the people who want to make these changes. I've asked people in the forum as well if anybody's ever been reached out to, and the answer was no. So I'm not sure, because I heard earlier Mr. McElhaney saying that he had reached out, and there's been no communication. And additionally, there seems to be a suggestion that all these different multi-family dwellings surrounding this single piece of property, which has a single-family dwelling, that almost makes it legitimate to tear down this bungalow and put down a 3-unit multi-family dwelling. And I'm not sure how that legitimizes it. It's a beautiful piece of land, and it's as though they're going to put a big piece of an additional concrete structure on this small piece of land and squeeze it in. And literally that's what it is. We're squeezing in more physical property and more dwellings on this beautiful piece of land. And it does take away from the aesthetics of the neighborhood. It is going to add to the congestion of the traffic. And so for these reasons, I do oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Again, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, you recognize.
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Just a reminder that this is only whether this should be, the future land use map should be changed from residential 10 to residential 35, and as to whether this land use classification is in the best interest of the public, and that's the determinative factor ultimately. So I would just ask the public to remember that the rezoning issues would be taken up in item number 3.
Mr. Shelby, just.
Did I say, I'm sorry, did I say?
You said 35.
I said.
R10 to R20.
R10 to R20. I'm so sorry, I did say that, you're correct. Originally, the original ordinance was to R35, the substitute is to R20, so I stand corrected, and I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, you're up next.
Hi, I'm Kelly McMillan, and I'm the current president of Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. Thanks for letting us speak today. I'll start by mentioning neither the applicant nor his agent has ever reached out to our association. So I'm here today to remind all of you of the positive impact Hyde Park has had on the city of Tampa. Several years ago, at the request of the Florida Secretary of State, U of F researchers published a report titled The Economic Impact of Historic Preservation in Florida. They found that a preservation program generates billions in revenue through rehabilitation, restoration, and heritage tourism while increasing a city's tax base. Our historic districts definitely reflect a positive image of Tampa and certainly preserve our history. Preservation enhances real estate values, fosters local businesses, and keeps main streets economically viable. It goes without saying, heritage tourism is a true economic force. HHPNA's goal this year, along with our neighboring associations, is to promote preservation by expanding our local historic district. Applications are submitted and the wheels of our government are turning currently regarding this effort. We'll appreciate your future support and look forward to working with the HPC on this endeavor for the benefit of Tampa. Regarding the argument for repeating the style of some nearby housing built 20 years ago, I'd like to refer you and our Planning Commission to the Albert Einstein quote found at the beginning of Chapter 8 in the Comp Plan. Einstein says, "The problems we have created as a result of our thinking so far cannot be solved by thinking the way we did when we created them." We hope that what you're hearing today compels you to stand against this application for a change in land use, ultimately leading to the demolition of a contributing structure, increased density, and the disruption of this historic neighborhood. Your opposition is a signal to us that you truly respect the preservation and historical character of Hyde Park. Lastly, again, I'd like to mention neither the applicant nor his agent has communicated with HHPNA. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Leah Carden. I live at 311 South Delaware Avenue. I'm also the current Vice President of Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek Civic Association, and I'd like to echo what Kelly just said, which is that Mr. McLeany has not reached out to us or anybody on our Neighborhood Association board. So he's actually here. We can actually go back and follow up on that, but that outreach has not happened so far.
Just a quick question, Mr. Chairman. Is this house at 413 South Willow within the Spanish Town Creek geographic boundaries?
It is.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Yeah, so I moved into my house on 311 South Delaware, which is about 2 blocks from the house that we're talking about, in 2006. And I moved in because I loved the historic house and the feel of the neighborhood. It's a 1923 house, and prior to me moving in, it was actually being lived in by a frat house, I think. So the neighbors were so happy when we moved in. Everybody came over and brought us dishes and everything else, and we couldn't figure out why, but we found out that it had been rented out as a frat house. So I'm very focused on making sure we preserve the local historic area, and the house in question is actually a contributing structure as we look to expand the local historic area. So what we're going to do is demolish a contributing structure and put it in place with a multi-unit apartment. It also seems like putting 3 units on that tiny area is not going to fit. And then my last point is that the schools are already at capacity. I know that there was information from the schools, and I think what the result of that was that the schools are currently at capacity. So for all of these reasons, I'm asking you to oppose the land use increase. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you all see the Elmo?
Yes.
Good evening, I'm Cindy Chimino, and I live at 604 South Oregon. I relinquish my time to Pat Chimino, and here is the documentation. I don't know if you can, oh, there you go.
We have it.
You got it.
And if you could hand that into staff, please, when you're done. And Mr. Chimino then gets 4 minutes, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Patrick Chimino. I live at 604 South Oregon Avenue, which is a couple blocks from this the proposal. And I'm going to address the comp plan specifically with regard to areas that I think are in conflict with this proposal. What has been presented by staff and the petitioner is really very macroscopic. So I've tried to focus on more of a microscope. And if you look at this map, I'm not going to spend time on it. The red circle is pretty much the Hyde Park area. The color is yellow. And just to say, this is the vision map from the comp plan, page 3. This area is considered established with no significant change in current development patterns, some infill anticipated. Furthermore, when you look at the city planning strategy here, in goal 2, it says to protect single-family detached neighborhoods. I will tell you, we are a community, a historic community of Hyde Park, and the preponderance of housing is single-family. Yes, there's multifamily. And what we don't want to do is repeat the sins of the past, which has been introduced already. In the urban village section, it states some urban villages may see substantial growth and change, Channel District, because that is what is called for in their secondary plan. Other urban villages will see only modest change because their secondary plans do not call for a lot of growth and change. For example, Davis's Islands and Hyde Park. I would shudder to think we're considered part of the same type of planning as the quote central district, and that's why there's specifications here. Under historic preservation, encourage residents and homeowners to work with the historic preservation agencies to maintain older housing stock and culturally significant structures. I understand this isn't in the local historic district. That house is historic, and it's very culturally significant as part of what was known as Dobyville, an area that was marginalized historically by the city. Under looking at new development that does not adversely affect the integrity of the historic resource, review development requests, land use policy 19, I'm submitting this is for the record. Review development requests that may have adverse effect on the historic character of the historic district, building, site, or object, including those requests along the periphery of a historic district due to the fact that the development is in close proximity to historic resources and is incompatible with those resources, can have a negative impact on the historic integrity of the resource. Very specific to our area. So you have plenty of criteria in the comp plan to not accept this proposal. As I mentioned before, this proposer definitely compromises the periphery of the local district, and I recommend you denying this land use request. as with the inconsistencies in the comp plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hey folks, my name is Aaron Albretz. I reside at 1107 West Horatio Street. I'm also the current president of Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek, and will reiterate the other two neighborhood association representatives and officers that were here, and mentioning that we have not been contacted by the petitioner or his representatives. Spanish Town Creek Neighborhood Association isn't anti-development. It's an important point. We simply request that development respect the unique nature of the neighborhood and abide by the scope of the city comp plan, and that significant changes need to be compelling. This request is not compelling. The land use is inconsistent with surrounding uses and the city's comprehensive plan. Changing the land use to allow for multifamily housing does not fit into the character or density of the neighborhood. Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek is a walkable neighborhood with front-facing houses similar to our sister neighborhood associations in the local historic district. Land use changes, changing a neighborhood from low-density residential to high-density multifamily when the neighborhood is surrounded by other single-family residential uses is inconsistent with surrounding uses and sets an undesired precedent. Speaking of specifics, Land Use Objective 2 states a desire to protect single-family detached neighborhoods. Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek is defined and identified as an urban village, meaning villages will only see modest change because their secondary plans don't call for a lot of growth and changes. Land Use Policy 16.1.2, support historic preservation in neighborhoods. Land Use Policy 16.1.6, encourage residents and homeowners to work within the historic preservation agencies to maintain older housing stock and culturally significant structures. Land Use Policy 19.1.1, protect the character of historic districts. Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek is in the National Historic District by adopting land development regulations that ensure new development doesn't adversely affect the integrity of the historic resources. Finally, Land Use Policy 19.1.2, review development requests that may have an adverse effect on the historic character of the historic district. Regarding those three land use policies, Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek and the property in question is covered under the National Historic District, as I mentioned, and it's one block off the local historic district. It's actually up for application for the local historic expansion currently, and that's in front of the HPC and in process. It'll be likely voted on in 2021, this calendar year, after the public comment section. This is already an established area, blocks away from a historically significant to Tampa, Dobyville. And as defined by the city comprehensive plan, no significant change in the current development has been planned or identified. This renders the request for rezoning null. As a land use issue, this issue is non-quasi-judicial, meaning it's not what can be done, it's about what should be done.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosario, how many more to speak on this item?
We have 1, 2, 3, 5 more.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Councilman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. State your name for us.
My name is Reese Riggle. I live at 312 South Willow Avenue. I'm the former president of Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek Civic Association. I'm the immediate past president, and thank you for hearing me. I would just like to provide a few points as to why you should consider denying the applicant's request. Number one, as you have heard, all three neighborhood associations in Hyde Park, there are three, oppose the request. This is 1 block away from the local historic area, 1 block away from Dobyville, and is in the National Historic Area, and being in the National Historic Area should not be taken lightly. Number 3, despite being directly asked by council in April's meeting, none of the neighborhood associations have heard from the councilor. But I do have some information on that. Apparently, they did reach out to a resident last evening, and none of the neighborhood associations. Number 4, during the April meeting and what was reiterated during this meeting, Mr. Michelini referred to the area around the property in question as the donuts. And we saw a lot of high density or higher density properties around the property in question, again, calling it the donut. I just want to reiterate or state that the donut does not represent this area of Hyde Park or Hyde Park generally. Number 5, it is inconsistent with the 2040 comp land use plan for this area in the following ways. This is an established area, meaning no significant change has been identified. Goal number 2 states that the desire to protect single-family detached neighborhoods. Policy 16.1.2 states that should be support for historic preservation in neighborhoods. Policy 16.1.6 states to encourage residents and homeowners to work with historic preservation agencies to maintain older housing stock and cultural significant structures. Policy 19.1.1 states to protect the character of historic districts by adopting land use regulations that ensure new development doesn't adversely affect the integrity of historic resources. And finally, 19.1.2 states that to review development requests may have adverse effect on historic character of homes in the historic district, of which, again, this is in the national and 1 block away from local. My 6th point, I don't know where I am on time, so I'm trying to go quickly. The city has benefited greatly from the local historic area, and as previously been mentioned, the local historic area is being heard to be expanded, which would include this property.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I have been sworn in. My name is Enza Ayalo. I live at 421 South Orleans Avenue, around the corner from the property. I've lived in the neighborhood for 37 years, and I've become quite fond of the history and all the quirky little fun, beautiful stories that were told. For example, the bungalow that we're talking about on Willow and Horatio was originally owned by an old Tampa family that owned a supermarket. Forgive me for not knowing the name of them, but I was told by one of the owner that's who originally owned the property. I have actually been looking for someone that would have the property so that we could move that bungalow instead of demolish it. It's really quite in good shape. I'm in real estate, and I've actually had some people that are interested in purchasing it. There's a big demand for single-family homes right now. I don't think that putting up 3 units is going to increase my property values. And also the fact that this is not the neighborhood past Soho that, where you have those layered townhomes. And they're quite beautiful, but they really don't fit in with the character of the neighborhood. And I don't think I live in Dobyville. I think I live in Hyde Park, even though I was responsible partially in getting the Dobyville sign resurrected up on Willow and Platt Street. So I just don't like the traffic flow on Willow. It's awful. It's like zigzag constantly, and it's not safe. So I think we need to be thinking more of the future of the neighborhood-like feel, not trying to make it into something that it's really not. The surrounding properties were built in a time when we needed development in Hyde Park. We were desperate for it. I mean, I remember when Hyde Park was a crack neighborhood. I've had 3 cars stolen from that neighborhood. I mean, I've really suffered through a lot of things as a pioneer. So now we're at a place where we really want to go back in time and keep that neighborhood feeling that has really made Hyde Park what it is today again. So thank you, and I do not agree with the land use change. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Enza.
Just a point of order, point of clarification. If anyone's logged on for item number 13, that was continued until September 23rd. So if you're logged on, you can log off. That will not be heard tonight. Thank you. We can continue with item 2. Next speaker. Yes, ma'am. You state your name. You can begin.
Hello, my name is Judy Richmond, and I live at 1104 West Horatio Street. I have lived in my house for 37 years, and I have seen a lot of changes in the neighborhood since I've lived there. As other people have mentioned, there were a lot of undesirable elements, but those have, I guess you could say, gone away. Most of them have gone away. And I'm not saying that the proposal will bring back undesirable elements, but we are trying to keep the neighborhood as a wonderful place to live. And I go by this corner almost every day. I have a dog, I walk my dog, and it's often very difficult to even cross the street there. Another concern of mine is parking. There are many streets in our area that are gummed up with extra and excess parking because there is not enough parking allowance made for the properties when they're being built. And so the people are forced to park on the street, and often this results in garbage trucks and school buses and other types of large vehicles having a difficult time to negotiate the streets. So I would like you to take those things into consideration and vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is David Lorick. I'm the resident at 601 South Willow, 1 block south of the subject property. I purchased that home 40 years ago. Many, many years ago, there were a number of hearings similar to this one where we were looking at several single-family homes that were facing demolition to put up multifamily. It's been many, many years since we've had to endure something like this. And I was very surprised at the April hearing. And then when I looked at the documents on this petition and I saw the site plan where it had been reduced to 4 townhouses and then staff reporting 3 townhouses, the idea of 3 townhouses going on a single family lot caused me to want to look at the planning map for the entire area bordered by the Crosstown, Swan, Platte, and Boulevard, and I couldn't find a single-family small city lot with multi-family built on it. Now, we know there are original units. There's 2 within 2 blocks of this property, where originally there was a small unit built behind the large one, but they were detached. They weren't townhouses. Now, within the land use plan, the section on Hyde Park goals provides some guidance in this area. And it specifies that it's important to provide for preserving the historic character of the area. and that the design should be done with keeping in mind the unique area which will create a distinct image in the minds of local citizens and visitors, with emphasis on restoration and renovation of existing residential structures. Now, the property on this site will likely be demoed. It's not protected, although it is a contributing structure. But I appreciate that Councilman Dingfelder asked for a view to the northwest. I did the same thing on Street View. I wanted to take a good look at that property, and I think it's important to consider what it looks like. This is a major artery for people coming and going through Hyde Park. It's well seen, and it's going to be difficult for someone to go to Hyde Park Village and have this image of what Hyde Park is supposed to be, and then drive down Willow Avenue if it was nothing but a canyon of townhouses looking like they were driving through the parking lot at Post Hyde Park Apartments. I think it's very important that this current zoning be retained, and especially since there's 3 single-family homes on this block to the north that will be facing this same kind of decision.
My apologies, council member, that is our last guest that needs to be speaking on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Rosario. How many we have registered, Madam Clerk?
We had 9, but only 2 registered. The other one appeared in person.
All right, we have 2. All right, let's get it rolling.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good evening. My name is Elizabeth
One
Carpenter, and I
second,
live
one second,
on
one
400
second, one second. We got to swear you in, Miss Carpenter.
Oh,
Nope.
sorry.
What's the name? Elizabeth. Okay. If you raise your hand, she's going to swear you in.
We're not swearing.
Oh,
in,
that's
it's
right.
not
No, I'm
rezoning.
sorry. Okay, you can continue, Ms.
Oh,
Carpenter.
I'm sorry. My apologies, Mr. Chairman.
Marty gave me that cue, so that's why I did it. Both of our apologies. I'm You can continue, man. We're sorry.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Carpenter, and I live on the 400 block of Orleans across the alley from this property. I wanted to make the point that you've been shown pictures of the townhomes to the east and the south, but you've not been shown the single-family homes that are directly adjacent to this property. The entire east side of the 400 block of Orleans, the properties directly to the west on Horatio, and several properties north on Willow are single-family homes. There are 21 single-family homes on the 400 block of Orleans alone. You've been led to believe that we're a neighborhood of townhomes when in fact they are the exception to the rule. What draws people to Hyde Park is not our townhomes. It's our historic single-family homes, our beautiful yards, our walkability, and our neighborhood's wonderful personality. The desirability of our historic neighborhood has caused significant issues as we've modernized. Our infrastructure was not designed for high-density living. Our streets are narrow and not suited to sustain even moderate traffic. Pipes and drainage are already inadequate. In fact, you earlier on saw the picture of the hole in the middle of our street, which develops every 6 months or so due to this issue. Our schools are at capacity. Parking is a constant struggle. Both safety and sanitation vehicles struggle to navigate our streets, and it has become dangerous at times for our pedestrians. Increasing our density is at the root of all of these problems, and further increasing our density will only worsen these existing issues. Putting in a series of modern cookie-cutter townhomes will only destroy the very personality that makes our neighborhood desirable in the first place, and will directly and negatively impact the surrounding homes which share the alley, parking areas, narrow streets, and piping with this property. These requested changes are certainly and absolutely not in the best interest of the neighborhood, and we respectfully request that you deny these changes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We had Anika, but we cannot elevate her. Can she speak since this is a non-quasi item?
Ms. Shelby?
Sorry, somebody down where?
Somebody register and we cannot elevate them.
Oh, you mean just by voice?
Can we do by voice since it's a non-quasi item?
I believe that would be acceptable. If they could identify themselves, please.
Yes, hi, this is Anika Verhagen, and my apologies for the technical difficulties, but thank you so much for letting me speak. Can you hear me okay?
Anita, what's your last name? I'm sorry.
Verhagen,
How do you spell that?
Verheijen, and the first name is Anika with a K.
Thank you.
Can I go ahead and speak?
Yes, ma'am, you can continue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So my name is Anika Verhagen, and my husband and I live with 2 young children on 513 South Orleans Avenue, which is one of the 4 single-family homes that people have referred to that unfortunately is not shown in many of these pictures. This is also the property that we live in. Is just around the corner of the proposed building site, and we are opposing the plan. My husband and I have lived in Hyde Park for 20 years, first on Willow Avenue and now on South Orleans, and we have seen the neighborhood develop. We definitely love the neighborhood, and we have a lot of concerns that have been well covered already by the speakers, so I would like to hone in onto safety and the quality of life. We have a lot of children in the neighborhood that walk to the elementary school, Gorey, as well as to Wilson. And, you know, you see a lot of people on the streets, walking their dogs, biking, and that is really the beauty of the neighborhood, and that's why we moved here. Unfortunately, the traffic has significantly increased over the years, and more concerning to me are the number of cars that are parking on the streets, as the infrastructure and the parking facilities have not been developed accordingly. I often cross Willow as I walk my kids to school, run errands, go back and forth to work, and as a pedestrian, a bike driver, or a car driver, coming from Horatio or any of these other side streets, you cannot see the car drivers on Willow. Also, these car drivers can see you because you are, covered up by the parked cars. And one of my neighbors already mentioned that Willow is a racetrack, and she is absolutely hitting the nail on the head. Cars are parked on both sides of the streets, and you often have to zigzag your way through the neighborhood. So it's just a matter of time that a serious accident is going to be happening, unfortunately. Going back to the ditches, which one of my neighborhood's fellow neighbors have come up. I come from Europe. I have never seen such a thing, never in my life. It is dangerous holes that are dangerous holes where kids can fall into and drown after a storm. My last topic is when I try to leave for work in the morning or I return back, the traffic on Swan, Willow, and South Howard, which are main connector streets, is very, very busy, and often the cars are backed up, and that really diminishes and reduces the quality of life. Thank you.
And our last speaker that's registered, Madam Clerk?
That concludes the registered speakers.
All right, well, we'll go back to Mr. Michelini for rebuttal.
If you do so.
She'll be recognized.
Before you do, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Just a reminder, Council, if you have any questions for anybody, staff, or any other questions that need to be answered prior to Mr. Michelini's rebuttal, please do so.
Any questions from staff? For staff, Mr. Greenfield, you recognized.
Right, I had that pending question to Jennifer and the Planning Commission staff, which I think we should probably hear from before we hear back from Mr. McLean.
That'll be fine, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Dingfelder. Let me just pull up I found two examples. I'm going to preface this with this was a very fast analysis. I did not have a lot of time, and it was very much on the fly. These also need to meet zoning code, and there's probably a lot of factors to these, but this is just what we see as it is today. 605 South Newport, which is about 0.1 miles to the south of the site, has 4 units on it, and it is on a 50-foot lot. 401 South Newport has 4 units and is on a 50-foot lot as well, and that is to the east of the subject site. I would also like to clarify for the record that the subject site is not located within an urban village. It is not within the Hyde Park Urban Village, so any policies or goals related to the Hyde Park Urban Village would not apply to this property.
And just to clarify, Jennifer,
Yes.
you disappeared. Oh, there you are. Just to clarify, so you took a good look at that entire neighborhood and you've only found 2 parcels with that kind of density, and how far away were they?
411 South Willow, or 413 South Willow was about 2 blocks away from 605 South Newport. And then it's only 1 block away from 410 South Newport.
Okay, and you looked on what, a 10-block area or a 5-block area, or?
Yes, I was trying to identify subject sites that also had the residential 20 future land use designation within that area for a more accurate representation, since that's the proposed future land use for the site.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks.
Oh, and I had one other question to Mr. McLeany.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. Did you have any well, 2 questions. Did you have any experts to testify as to the compatibility, consistency, et cetera, character of the neighborhood, or is it just your testimony tonight?
No, it's the city staff as well as the planning commission staff, as well as the planning commissioners. They determined that it was compatible.
Okay, but you don't have anybody else other than the city staff that you've referred to?
Well, I mean, when you get into these processes, you rely on them.
It's sort of like a yes or no question, Steve.
Well, I'm just saying that these are your experts, and you will either rely on them or not. If
Okay.
we were refuting them, we would have brought somebody in to refute their expert testimony.
Okay, and speaking of refuting, you indicated in your initial presentation that you reached out to the neighborhood and nothing happened. We've heard from 3 different neighborhood associations, including the subject neighborhood association, Spanish Town Creek, and none of them heard from you. Is that correct or not?
Well, I'm not the only one involved, but we did send out an email requesting to discuss this issue, and as a matter of fact, no one's reached out to us, but we got a very terse email back saying, unless you're withdrawing your petition, we don't want to meet.
And that was from a neighborhood association person? Or from a neighbor?
That was from Pam Canella.
Okay, well, Ms.
And
Cannell.
she didn't respond to me. She responded to Jennifer over, at the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Any other questions, gentlemen?
I have a question if I can. I mean, Planning Commission staff for Jennifer Malone, when she was talking about 50-foot lots. This is not a 50-foot lot, and you have high density all around this. So comparing us to only residential 20 puts us at a disadvantage. I mean, let me just show you the map. This is the subject site, and although it has the zoning number on there, everything you see in brown is residential 35. What you see here is residential 20. So, when I said we're the hole in the donut, we're surrounded by higher density. We're not introducing a higher density development into this area. The staff has already indicated to us, and I think they testified to you, that this was an ideal transition from the 35, from the 20 to the 20 to the 35. And then previously, I asked you if I could put up the distribution the distribution of the ownership, and if you look at these, and I have the photographs to tell you how many units are in each of these. This is less of a dense development than anything around here, either to the north, which is 4 units on the same size lot. Over here, I mean, I've got the pictures that tell you how many units. I'll be happy to put those up. This is on Horatio. Those are 8 townhouses. And this is directly across the street to the south, 8 townhouses. So when people talk about facing, single family facing a townhouse, it simply isn't accurate. These are 10 townhouses, that's diagonally across the street. 6 townhouses directly across the street. 4 apartments immediately to the north. I mean, I'm sympathetic to, and as I think you know, is protecting a neighborhood when that is is something that can be protected. I don't see how one single lot here, one parcel, surrounded here by townhouses, here by townhouses, here by townhouses, and here by an apartment building that's 4 units. I don't see how we are introducing a new concept or a new density or higher density into an area that already has this development pattern. We're not introducing something new. I mean, I listened very carefully to all of the speakers that came before you, and they're talking about responsible growth. This is responsible growth. You heard Jennifer Malone tell you this is not part of the Hyde Park Urban Village. So all of that testimony about protecting the Hyde Park plan has nothing to do with this parcel. You heard a lot of testimony about a historic district. This structure has already been determined by the city staff as non-contributing, non-historic, and can be demolished. So, I mean, we went through that exercise. You heard about traffic. Traffic is not part of the evaluation of whether the land use change is appropriate or not. You heard about infrastructure. Infrastructure, again, is not part of this evaluation. That comes when you go to the zoning process and you have to prove adequacy of support in the infrastructure. You heard about transit. You heard about ditches and stormwater and schools. None of that has to do with changing a land use designation.
Mr. Malinky, this is your rebuttal, correct, sir?
Yes. Yes, sir.
I've said thought, okay.
Yes, sir. I just thought that it was, you're holding us to different standards when you go to a 50-foot lot when we're not a 50-foot lot. This property is 8,320 square feet. If you are allowed to build to the maximum, which would be 3 units, that would be 2,773 square feet per unit. That exceeds an average house is, a smaller home is 1,500 to 1,800 square feet. So, I don't know where else to go with some of these comments. They just simply did not rise to the level of competent and substantial evidence regarding a land use change. There were, emotional comments about save our neighborhood. What you're saving at this location is one parcel surrounded, except for on the west side, there's one single family house. And if you look at this, these slivers over here, these are not single family, these are apartments. These are apartments. These are the ones that I showed you the pictures of. I told you exactly how many units were there. I took a picture looking down Horatio, and some of the folks said, well, that this was appropriate for the location. We thought that by removing the other parcels, that were one on Orleans and the other one north of here on on Willow, that we had met the intent and the discussions regarding these comments from both the public and from you all as sitting as a review board for land use.
Can I ask
Here-
one question to Steve?
You recognize?
Sure, go ahead.
Steve, can you put that land use, or that map that you just had up, the last thing you just had up?
The folio map?
Okay, now slide it down a little bit. Okay, well, it doesn't go very far, but, okay. The corner property is a subject property. The next one is whatever you said, 4 units.
4 apartments.
Okay, and will you acknowledge and admit that the next 4 units to the north are single-family homes? Detached, single-family homes?
I don't have pictures of them, and I don't, I'm not sure. I can't testify to that. I mean, I've driven around in the area. I have an aerial photograph. I have an aerial that we can look at if you'd like. Slide it up or down?
Slide it down. Again, it doesn't go very far, but Mr. Shelby says that I can't testify, but I would encourage you to acknowledge that the next 4 houses going up Willow on the same side of the street, on the same block, are detached single-family homes. But if you don't know, that's fine.
I don't know that, and I can't attest to that. I can attest to the apartments that are on 3 sides.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else, Mr. McLean?
I was waiting if there were any more questions from council.
Any other questions from council? Any other questions? That being said, move to close.
Well, no, I don't want to close my comments.
I just asked you that, sir.
No, I said I was waiting for questions from council, but I'll be happy to.
How many more minutes does he have on rebuttal, Madam Clerk?
1 minute and 32 seconds.
All right, give him 1 minute, 32 seconds.
All right, just to summarize, the city staff, the planning commission staff, the planning commission, all found that this was consistent, and you know that that is your independent professional reviewing agencies. The remaining issues that were talked about, 95, if not 99% of them related to zoning and not land use compatibility. I think I've shown you the map that shows you exactly where the residential 35 is. I showed you the map where residential 20 is, and the surrounding development pattern. We meet that criteria, and we're respectfully requesting your approval. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Maniscalco, move to close. Mr. Vieira, second. All in favor?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Dingfellow, you
No, I'm
recognize
sorry.
Ms. Shelby.
Ms. Johnson-Velez just was looking to be recognized.
I didn't see her. Ms. Velez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. I did just want to clarify, since Mr. Michelini referred to competent substantial evidence with regard to this item, but just wanted to remind council that this is a comprehensive plan amendment. It is a legislative decision and not a quasi-judicial decision, and so the competent substantial evidence standard doesn't apply. This is a policy determination by council as to whether or not it's appropriate to change the land use classification on this particular parcel. So I just wanted to remind council of that. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Velez. Mr. Dingfellow, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in the interest of time, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to deny this petition. With all due respect to Mr. Michelini and his client, and I appreciate the clarification from Ms. Johnson-Velez. This is a matter, it's not competent substantial evidence, it's preponderance of the evidence. It's a fairly debatable standard. And based upon that, I don't believe that Mr. Michelini has met his burden, and his client neither have met their burden of providing preponderance of the evidence for us to change this land use category. This is an important policy decision of City Council, and we heard from many folks in the neighborhood, some of who've lived there for decades and decades, and it doesn't stand alone. One of the reasons that I pointed out the 4 houses to the north is they're sitting in the exact same thing, and my concern is often on these types of things is precedent. And we're warned that in zoning cases, precedent is not the issue because each case stands on its own merit. But in this policy matters, precedent is extremely important. And to change this particular corner just based upon the very slim evidence that's been provided tonight would be bad precedent. And some of the concerns of the neighborhood I will put on the record because I think they're extremely legitimate, include already existing traffic and parking problems, as well as an obvious change in the character of the neighborhood. It's ludicrous to say that this is a multifamily neighborhood because all you have to do is go up and down the streets, around the corner, and you can see that it's also very, very much a single-family neighborhood that is in the National Historic District. It's not in the National Historic District. It's not a National Historic area or district because of the multifamily. It's because of the unique single-family character of much of this area. Going from R10 to, which is the current category, to R20 with a possibility, as Mr. Michelini indicated, of 3 units on that very small 65-foot parcel is extremely bad precedent, and I would move to deny.
This motion on the floor denied by Ms. Dingfelder, second by Mr. Carlson. Mr. Shelby, you recognize him?
No, just if there's any discussion on the motion.
Any discussion on the motion? Mr. Vieira, you recognize?
If I may, yeah, and it's funny, on this one, this is one I'm honestly torn on. We have, positive planning commission, city staff report. The one thing I wanted to say, which has no bearing on it, I know, right, what, your ears percolate or whatever, that the folks who were here very, I think they did a good job in their presentation, very nice, pleasant, polite people, and I just wanted to comment the neighborhood for that, but torn, I guess, if you will. But.
Mr. Moran, you recognize?
Yes, let me just say for the record, it has nothing to do with what's on the floor now. 2 individuals that spoke today came with me and met me in my office for discussion about a subject matter that was not related to this zoning. And I want to put that on the record that
So do we
we
notice
had a
it?
conversation for about 20 minutes. It was not regarding this rezoning. And they're here if you want to ask them to testify.
So do we notice it for the record? All right, there's been a motion on the floor to deny. Mr. Dingfelder, second by Mr. Carlson. We prefer a roll call vote on this, Mr. Shelby?
Good idea.
We've had discussion. I know anyone else discussion.
Yes, yeah, you can, if that's council's choice, and if somebody prefers that, in that we're no longer under our old rules, but I think for purposes of the record, I think that would be best.
Any further discussion? Motion's on the floor. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco. Vieira,
A torn no.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
No.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Vieira and Miranda voting no.
Thank you, council. That renders item number 3 moot. So I would respectfully move on with your agenda.
Move to strike item 3.
Motion by Mr. Dingfelder, strike item number 3. Is that second by Mr. Vieira? All right. Any in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Shelby?
5-minute break be possible?
That'll be fine, sir. Yes, sir. All right, we'll recess 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Don't let the negative get you. You're gonna get it right. Just got to keep on stepping. Fighting you for your mind. I know you're tired of the struggle. Feel like you're on your own. Just take a look around you. You'll see you're not alone. but that's gonna change. Your time will come, you'll be back in the game. I've seen life change, turn on a dime. Just keep on taking one step at a time. One step at a time. I have experienced, yes, I've been down. There's been some time life slapped me around. Nowhere to turn, scared out of my mind. Just keep on taking one step at a time. One step at a time. One step at a time. Just keep on taking. To get the best of me. That's driving my imagination. And girl, I'm beginning to see a world of possibility. And I know the only way for me to win is just to give up and go on and give in. Oh, baby, you about to get the best of me. Well, there ain't no use in me trying to save myself. My willpower's gone, there ain't nothing left. Oh, baby, you about to get the best of me. Oh, baby, you about to get the best of me. I know good thing, baby. I know a good thing, yeah. When it come my way, when it come my way. When it comes my way, I've done a lot of living. I've been high, I've been low. There ain't too much coming down the line. I ain't never seen love before. The first time that I saw her, just as pretty as you please. I wasn't looking for love, love was looking for me. I know comes my way. When it comes my way. I'll never mistreat my woman. I do the best to make her stay. I love her for 1,000 years, and each time in a different way. She was standing in the garden, red flowers all around, sun shining through that summer dress when she turns around. I know good thing, baby. I know a good thing. Yeah, come my way. When it come my way. Whoa, when it come my way. Oh, yeah. Think about a full-grown woman, knows what it's all about. Got 100 ways to get to me. I can't figure out. Half the time she drives me crazy, but she makes it up in spades. I might have found a woman and a real bad girl. Tell me I ain't got this made. I know a good thing, baby. I know a good thing. When it come my way. When it come my way. Whoa, when it comes my way. Hey.
Well, I know you got them. I got them too. I got the blues tonight. Yes, I know you don't love me now, baby. I know the reason why. Because you got somebody now, baby. You're treating me like a child. You say, see you in the... Oh, yeah, that's all. Now you see me in the evening. Oh, you don't see him at all. Yes, I ain't got nobody now, baby. We're sitting here all alone. I just would you make up your mind, yeah, baby, and come on home, boy. I see you in the evening. Oh yeah, but that's all. I see you in the evening. Oh, well, I don't see it all. Yes, I called my woman this morning. I called her on the phone because somebody told me, look here, man. She really not at home. She say, see you in the... Oh, yeah, that's all. I see you in the evening. Oh, she don't see at all. Yes, I love you, little old woman. I just can't help myself. You know I'm not crazy, little old girl. You loving someone else 'cause you see me in the evening. Oh yeah, but that's all. 'Cause you see me in the evening. Oh, you don't see him at all. see you in the evening. Oh yeah, that's all. See you in the evening. Oh, she don't see at all.
Evening session, back in session. Roll call.
Carlson,
Here.
Maniscalco. Dingfelder.
Here.
Citro.
Here.
Vieira. Miranda.
Here.
And Gould.
Here.
We have a physical quorum present.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 4. Anybody from staff for this?
Hello, good evening.
Yep, we hear you. We got you.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure if I couldn't hear you. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Susan Johnson Velez, Senior Assistant City Attorney. Item number 4 is a public hearing on a notification of proposed change to the downtown or central business district development of regional impact. This is an application that is filed by the City of Tampa for a development of regional impact that was created back in 1983. And it has been amended 6 times. If it's council's pleasure to approve this amendment tonight, it would be, or have it for first reading, it would be the 7th amendment. And the changes that we are proposing, some of them are just kind of housekeeping items to recognize statutory changes in the development of regional impact statute that have happened in the last 5 or 6 years. And there's one substantive change that I will go over briefly in just a moment, but just to briefly summarize all of the proposed changes, the first one is to recognize changes to the development of regional impact statute so that this development order for the downtown DRI as amended would become a local order and subject to City of Tampa jurisdiction. Second change would recognize the statutory authority for prior extensions of the build-out date for this development of regional impact that had been previously filed with the Regional Planning Council and the Department of Economic Opportunity, which have extended the current development order expiration date to September 17th of 2024. It would also acknowledge that the city has also filed for further extensions to the build-out date based on the Tropical Storm Eta and COVID states of emergency. And that will extend the build-out date further beyond the September 17th, 2024 date. The more substantive changes are to amend Section 7Z of Ordinance 2004-296 to redirect the transportation mitigation payment in the amount of $3,590,076 to a responsible transportation entity for mitigation of extrajurisdictional impacts, and that would include the City of Tampa as a responsible transportation entity and include the streetcar expansion as an improvement that's eligible for the mitigation payment. Council members, I did brief all of you on this proposed change, and this is the change that would allow for redirection of those monies from the Florida Department of Transportation to the City of Tampa. This change would also amend Section 4 of Ordinance 2018-127 to eliminate the trade-off mechanism cap, and it would also add a new transportation condition to provide for development to occur consistent with Section 25-156 of the City of Tampa Code for all development after Phase 4 trips have been utilized. As I mentioned to each of you in your briefings, we did consult with the Florida Department of Transportation. We did provide them a copy of this notification of proposed change, as well as the proposed ordinance that's before you this evening for public hearing and first reading. And FDOT representatives, both staff and legal, have indicated that they are in support of this change. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I also would like to let you know that I have Susan Johnson with staff here with me in my office, and Milton Martinez with the Mobility Department is also online if you have any questions for any of us.
Any questions, gentlemen? Going once, any questions, gentlemen? All right, Mr. Carlson, will you move the motion?
Chairman, this is a
Mr.
public-
Chair, this is a public hearing, so if you would.
Sorry, it's a public hearing. It's a public hearing, so we need to hear somebody's out on the second floor for this, correct? Yeah. I don't think anybody's down there. Anybody on the second floor for that, Ms. Eileen?
I lead Rosario Development and Growth Management. There is no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
All right, anybody ready to speak on this item?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
All right, Mr. Maniscalco moves to close. Mr. Miranda is seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Carlson, you still like to move this motion, sir?
Sure, I'd like to move file number DZ 8230, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, approving the Seventh Amendment to a development order rendered pursuant to Chapter 380.06 Florida statutes for the downtown Tampa Central Business District Development of Regional Impact, providing effective date.
Mr. Carlson has moved it. Mr. Maniscalco has seconded. Roll call.
Maniscalco? Viera? Cedro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on August 5th at 10:30 a.m.
Thank you. Item number 5.
I'll see you around, the neighborhood. Unfortunately, I can't walk out with you.
Thank you so much. Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination, going over case number 5, case AB 221-18.
1 second, Zane. Okay, we got you on the screen now. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, great. Can I please share my screen? Wonderful. Can everyone see my screen? Yes?
Yep.
All right. The applicant here is Skagway Yardbird LLC, representative name Julia Mandel. The property address is 710, 802, 804, 807, 810, 812, and 817 East Skagway Avenue. This is a proposed special use approval to allow the sale of alcohol beverages for a small venue, beer, wine, and liquor, consumption on premises, and package sales off premises consumption. The property already has 2 active AB permits, the first being at 810 and 812 East Skagway Avenue for a 4 COPR, and the second one is for 814 East Skagway Avenue for a 4 COPR. The proposed use is a bar lounge. The AB sales area is 6,665 square feet indoors and 7,903 square feet outdoors for a total of 14,568 square feet. The access is actually on East Skagway, as I will show you the overhead view. If you can see the red box here, all the way around up the entire parcel. The parking for the site, 92 parking spaces are required, and the applicant is showing on the site plan 106 provided parking spaces. The hours of operation will be consistent with Chapter 14. The subject property distance separation requirement is 1,000 feet from residential uses, institutional uses, and other AB sales establishments. If we go back up to the site here, you will see the PowerPoint slide here. We'll see that there's 3 waivers proposed, all having to do with this 1,000 feet. As of section 27-132, the first one is to reduce the required distance separation to residential uses from 1,000 feet to 169 feet, and this is for 815 East Okaloosa Avenue. The second is to reduce the required distance separation to institutional uses from 1,000 feet to 157 feet, and this is at La Verdad Church, 808 East Okaloosa Avenue. And the third is to reduce the required distance separation to other AB sales establishments from 1,000 feet to 863 feet. And this is at Citgo, 902 East Bush Boulevard with a 1 APS. To the north, you have East Bush Boulevard. To the south, you have East Skagway Avenue. To the east, you have North Nebraska Avenue. As I went on site, I took pictures of the parcel. As you see the red barn structure in front of you of the site. To the east, you also have a portion of the red barn. To the south of the site, you see the parking lot right across the street. To the west of the site, you see residential and vacant lots. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds it inconsistent with the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. Minor corrections are required on the site plan between first and second reading. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen?
Could you run through the pictures very, very quickly again? I
Yeah,
apologize.
no problem. No problem. I just took it down. I will put it back up. Can you see my slide, sir?
I can see it says thank you. There you go.
All right, we have the slide again showing the structure as is.
And what is the existing structure being used for right now?
It's a German brew
This is
house.
the side itself.
Then it was the reggae club back there.
Right.
To the east of the site, also including the structure. To the south of the site, including the parking lot here. To the west of the site, including vacant lots out here to the west. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, we'll hear from the applicant. Good evening.
Hello, good evening. Julia Mandel, law firm of Gray Robinson, 401 East Jackson Street, Suite 2700. Very happy to be here with you today. It's been a while. And I represent New World Brewery. It's known as Skagway Yardbird LLC, but it's New World Brewery. And many of you may be familiar with New World Brewery. They were located in Ybor City for many, many years, over 20 years, and were a preeminent music venue, craft beer establishment, and other gathering place. And this is their new location. To clarify the record, they're already in existence. They've already been approved. They have been operating for probably over a year now. This application is simply to take their two older, they were old ordinances, old wet zoning ordinance that allowed alcohol sales. Those alcohol sales for beer, wine, and liquor were an R designation due to the fact that at that time, in order to receive any type of waiver, you had to be an incidental R use or some other incidental use. But to clarify, I think some of the questions, this establishment, which is already in existence and already gone through site plan approval and is actually operating today, is serving as a restaurant, a live music venue, and an outdoor beer garden. So those uses have been approved and those are in existence. I think it is very important for you to know that this is an area in Sulphur Springs. I think Councilman Goods mentioned it. This used to be a reggae club, and this area was not in the best of shape at the time that we took Mr. Bird, Steve Bird, who was the operator of New World Brewery, took it over. And I'm going to ask him to discuss with you what he has gone through to bring this particular establishment into its current configuration and standard, because it was quite a mess when he first went into this business. So I'm going to turn it over to him and ask him to present what he's done to bring this particular area up to what is a much better standard than it was for many years. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
You're on.
You're on.
Hi, I'm Steve Bird. I'm the owner and operator of New World Brewery. We've been in existence for 26 years now. We started in Ybor, as Julia had mentioned. We were across from Ybor Square as a restaurant and beer garden. In my time, we started in 95 we opened. I served on the YCDC as a board member for 15 years down there. I chaired the Public Safety Committee and Special Events Committee. Through 2017, when Darrell Shaw brought the property, it's now condos. So we purchased this property on Skagway in 2017. It had originally been the Matterhorn for 5 years, from 80 to 85. After the Matterhorn, it was Tropics, then Super D. It was a couple of clubs that didn't add a whole lot to the neighborhood. Then it had been vacant for about 4 years when I purchased it. It's ideal for our operation. We have 2.5 acres, Actually, to the west, where he said was empty lots, those are more parking lots that we own and have improved down there. We have lots of parking. It had an industrial general zoning. The railroad tracks run right behind us, and it abuts 275 and Bush Boulevard. The building, as Julie said, was in bad shape. It had been completely stripped of wire and copper pipe. We had a homeless camp in the courtyard. The bones of the building were good. We did a complete renovation, electrical, plumbing, AC, landscaping. It took us about 2.5 years. I have a couple pictures here. That is when we first purchased the property, and this is similar to the one that
Is the Elmo showing on your screens?
Yep. Come back to the first picture.
Okay.
There we go.
Yep, we're good.
Okay, so that's what it looked like. It was kind of boarded up and run down, well, more than kind of when we purchased it. And this is pretty similar to what you saw before. This is after we fixed it up and painted and landscaped and so forth. This is the lot to the west that's part of our parking. And it was in pretty bad shape now. This is that parking lot now. It's been landscaped and so forth. And this is just a picture of the beer garden side. I don't have a previous, so that's where the homeless camp was. But I'm really proud of it. We did a great job and put 2.5 years in it. We opened in February of 2020, which was about 20 days before COVID. So it's been a tough haul. We managed to survive through carryout and social distancing. We were a founding member of the Safe and Sound Coalition, which was eventually adopted and promoted by the city of Tampa. We're still emerging, hopefully, from COVID. It's been very difficult. We have 24 employees now. We should have double that in a few years. We're looking forward to open our ballroom where we'll host music, weddings, receptions, and private and corporate events when people start doing those once again. We're a family-friendly operation. We have a wide appeal. In the 4 years that I've been working on this location and open, we've seen a general improvement in the neighborhood and new investment, and I think that's in no small part due to our substantial investment and hard work improving the property. I look forward to further improvements in the property, in the neighborhood, and involvement in Sulphur Springs neighborhood. We haven't gotten any written responses to our wet zoning notices, but several of the neighbors have stopped by while my wife and I were tending the landscape, and they were all very encouraging and appreciative of what we'd done for the neighborhood. It had been a real eyesore and so forth. Thanks for your time and your help tonight.
Quick question.
Mr. Dingfellow, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Yes, sir. And by the way, thank you for your service at the YCDC. My only question is the application, as I read it on the agenda, indicates also package sales for off-premise consumption. And if you or your fine attorney could explain that,
right,
that would be great. I'm not a big fan of liquor stores. So.
Right. Well, we're not going to operate a liquor store. We don't have any kind of package sales right now.
I mean, what's the underlying purpose for that?
I just believe it's part of the zoning.
Well, I think also the other, this is Julia Mandel. One of the reasons that we talked about putting that in is because as a craft beer establishment, they do want to be able to hold, beer tastings and also liquor tastings, which has now become, the craft liquor industry has definitely become also very important. It's not critical. If it's problematic, it's not critical for us to have. It was just really more trying to open up that opportunity for those types of things.
So is it to sell those, what are they called, Joe? The growlers or something? Or?
I'll ask the next question, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, that was the intent, but like I said, it's not critical for what we're doing, what Steve is doing. You know, he's simply, not only has he improved the area and the property in the area, providing parking, he's trying to ensure that what he built in Ybor can remain in terms of bringing both local live music and touring acts to an area that doesn't always have those opportunities. And this property was perfect for that because it has the indoor space that the Old New World did not have. So if that's an issue for council, I don't think that's critical, and we're certainly happy to remove that as part of the request.
Thank you, Ms. Mandel.
Mr. Citro, you recognize.
Thank you very much. To go on Councilman Dingfelder's questions, are you are still brewing, let me rephrase that, not giving evidence. You are brewing your own beers?
No, we aren't. We quit that after a few years down in Ybor, but we had established the name, so we still go by New World Brewery. We specialize in.
So this package store wouldn't be selling your brew?
No.
Are you distilling your own spirits?
No, sir.
So this package store would not be selling your distilled spirits?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rand, I see your hand, sir?
No, I was just waving to Julia.
If I can just clarify one thing, there was no intent to even have a package store. It was simply to have opportunities for beer tastings, wine tastings, or liquor tastings where somebody could purchase those from third parties. So as I've said, it's not critical.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I believe that the law just changed. If you have a bottle, you buy a bottle, and you want to take it home, you can take it home. Maybe that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I read that article, didn't understand it.
Neither did I, but I remember that part.
I think that you may be correct, that in fact, when we first submitted, that law didn't exist, and I didn't really think about that. I think there is a new change in the law that does allow you to actually take liquor with you or beer with you from an establishment, so long as it's closed.
Any other questions for the applicant, gentlemen?
Move
All
to
right.
close.
We have anybody for comment on this item? The second floor?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Anybody on the second floor? All right.
Ms. Mandel, is it safe to assume that you didn't hear back from anybody that you noticed?
I did not hear anything from anybody that we noticed. And in fact, in your packet, there is a letter of support from the Innovation District and Mr. Mark Sharp, who they actually held an event there and really enjoyed the opportunity to have something in proximity to what they're trying to do. Thank you.
Mr. Shelby, you recognized?
Yes, I saw I saw Ms. Rosario about to come in and to tell you about the
Ms.
second
Rosario?
floor. I see her there. You can't escape.
Eileen Osadia, Development and Growth Management. There is no one here to speak on this item.
Thank you.
Move to close.
Mr. Hernandez moved to close. Second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We'll move on. Mr. Vieta, you do the honors. Number 5, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I move file number AB 2-21-18. An ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance approving a special permit S2 for alcohol beverage sales, small venue consumption on premises, and package sales off premises consumption and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcohol content, beer, wine, and liquor on that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 710, 802, 804, 807, 810, 812, 817 East Skagway Avenue, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 3,
Second.
providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, repealing ordinance number 7695-A, and providing an effective date.
Mr. Rayar has moved it. Mr. Moran has seconded it. Mr. Dingfeldt, you recognize, sir?
Question on the motion. I want to support this. It sounds like a great improvement over the prior condition. I'm not thrilled about the package sales off premises consumption. Ms. Mandel indicated that's not critical to her client. Would the maker of the motion accept a friendly amendment and strike off those words and package sales?
Yes, sir, I will.
Off premises consumption?
So accepted.
I'm not going to support that because the law changed. I'm not going to support that.
And if I may inquire, Mr. Chair, Actually, I guess we have to reopen for me to inquire with the
Yes, you
applicant.
do have to reopen.
May I?
Vote to
Move to-
reopen the hearing.
Second.
For Ms. Mandel, what's your position on that? I assume it would appear from your prior statement you're fine, but I just want to make sure.
I have no problem with that change, and in fact, as I said, we had this application provided to the city prior to that change of state law, so it appears that it's not even necessary for what we want to do, so I have no problem with that removal of that language from the ordinance title. It can be read today with that ordinance title change, and it could come back to you with that change documented. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. If I may, and Mr. Shelby.
No, I was going to inquire of staff if that is a change to be made between first and second reading to be directed as part of the motion. Is staff present or Ms.
Ms.
Velez?
Velez?
Mr. Hussein is there.
Yes. Susan Johnson Velez, Assistant City Attorney. Yes, we can certainly make that change between first and second reading.
Okay, if I may I do a motion to close, Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Velez, for future reference, since this has been brought up, we need to understand what the new law is, in case this is brought up again. Mr. Miranda did bring a valid point, so let's make sure we know what that and get that to council so we don't hinder anybody's approval.
We'll do that, sir.
Motion to close, if I may.
Second.
Mr. Vieira's motion to close, Mr. Miranda second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I make my motion again with Councilman Dingfelder's friendly amendment.
Mr. Vieira,
If Mr. Miranda doesn't want to second that, I'll second it. But,
I'll take it back, then I have more vote against it.
okay.
Mr. Chairman,
you recognize us.
the title then would be to be read without the comment of package sales and off-premises consumption.
Yes, sir.
If you could do that, please.
Okay, so I reread it?
Please, without that title.
Sure. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance approving special use permit S2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor on that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 710, 802, 804, 807, 810, 812, 817 East Skagway Avenue, Tampa, Florida, is more particularly described in section 3, providing that all ordinances or parts ordinances in conflict or repeal, repealing ordinance number 795-A, providing an effective date.
All right, Mr. Vieira's moved it, Mr. Maniscalco seconded. Roll call.
Viera,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
No.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Miranda voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on August 26th at 9:30 a.m.
All right. Item number 6, Mr. Hussein.
Thanks
You
so much.
recognize, Mr. Velez? You recognize, I didn't see you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Susan Johnson Velez. I just wanted to clarify with Councilman Miranda. Sir, were you referring to the alcohol to go legislation that was passed?
Yes, I saw something in the newspaper that comes twice a week instead of daily. It comes daily on Wednesday and daily on Sunday. It's still a daily paper. But that's what if I remember what I read, it changed the law. It used to be you could buy something in the restaurant, you can drink part of it, and you couldn't take it out. Now you
Correct,
can buy
yes.
it, drink some of it, and take it out. That's what I remember now. Whether it was misquoted from what I read, I don't really know.
No, that's fine, sir. Thank you for that clarification. So based on that, I did want to remind council, I did submit a memo to you back in May with regard to those changes. I'd be happy to resubmit it to council for your review and happy to answer any questions that you have on that. So thank you.
Mr. Dingfelder, do you have a question, sir?
No, I'm good. Let's move on.
Ms. Velez, even though you submitted it to us, maybe you need to have a call to refresh us when you send that out, if you would, please.
Certainly I would, sir. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Hussein, you can continue with item number 6, sir.
Thanks so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination, agenda item number 6, case file number AB221-20. Can I please have control of the screen? Can I please have control of the screen? Thank you. Wonderful. The applicant here is Dublin Pubs, INC, DBA 4 Green Fields. Representative name is Truett Gardner. Property address here is 802 North 12th Street. The request here is for a special use approval to allow for the sale of alcoholic beverages for a small venue. beer, wine, and liquor, consumption on premises, and package sales off premises consumption. The proposed use is a restaurant, heavy manufacturing brewery, and warehouse. The AB sales area is 16,810 square feet indoors and 1,240 square feet outdoors for a total of 18,050 square feet. The site plan shows the access to the site will be on North 12th Street, and the required parking for the site is 75 parking spaces. The applicant on the site plan has shown that there will be 53 parking spaces. The hours of operation will be consistent with Chapter 14. The subject property distance separation requirement is 1,000 feet from residential uses, institutional uses, and other AB establishments. As we look at the PowerPoint slide, you will see that there are 4 waivers, 2 having to do with Section 27-132. The first one to reduce the required distance separation to residential uses from 1,000 feet to 205 feet, and that is 1120 East Twig Street, the Bell at Channel side, which is a CD3. The institutional use on number 2, to reduce the required distance separation from 1,000 feet to 375 feet, is for the Deputy John Cotfila Jr. Memorial Dog Park at 626 North Raymond Avenue. The other 2 waivers requested are to reduce the parking from 75 parking spaces to 53 parking spaces, which is a 29% reduction, and also to allow the reduction in aisle width from 24 feet to 23 feet. As we look at the overhead view, the properties are here outlined in red. If you look to the north, you'll have Adams Drive, Channelside Drive down here to the east. To the northeast, you'll have the Ybor area. Running north and south, you'll have the North 12th Street. Twigs runs along the south, and also to the south, you'll have North Raymond Avenue.
Mr. Zane, can you zoom in that property?
Oops, sorry. Let me see if I can zoom in here. Oops. I believe it will not zoom in. Let's see. Here we go. Better?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, moving on to the next slide. The overhead site plan of the site. As you see, the access to the site on North 12th Street here. And the parking lot across. As I went out to the site and took pictures, as you see the site here on the left picture slide, and then the parking lot over here on the right picture. To the north of the site, you have industrial and Ybor area to the northeast. And to the south, you have the Bella Channel side right here with residential. And to the right, you'll have the Dog Memorial Park. Staff has reviewed the application and found it inconsistent with the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. Minor changes are needed to the site plan in between first and second reading. Thank you. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions? We'll wait for the applicant. Anybody, any questions? All right, we'll wait from the applicant. Is that Truett Gardner, the applicant? Is he registered still?
We're virtual.
Can we put him up by T or?
Good evening, council members. Obviously, I'm not Truett Gardner, but I happen to be Truett Gardner's dad. And
okay.
I'm standing in for him tonight because of my long-standing relationship with my client.
Let me get you sworn in, Mr. Gardner. Let me get your table there sworn in with the clerk.
Okay, great.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, you can continue, sir.
That's all right. So I was saying I was standing in because I wanted to represent, I've been representing this client for almost 50 years and wanted to appear on his behalf tonight.
You're much better looking, Steve, than your son, so go ahead.
What are you gonna tell the son?
Although I don't appear before you that often, I have been around a long time, almost as long as Charlie Miranda. And I will tell you that when I first started practicing law here in Tampa in 1971, John Dingfelder's stepmother was my first legal secretary and taught me most of what I know today. So I appreciate that, Mr. Dingfelder.
And she's still very well. Thank you, Steve.
Hello. Here tonight on behalf of my longest running client, as I said, since 1974, Colin Breen, working on this project with us. On your next slide.
We need to share the screen.
Oh, we need to share the screen. I'm sorry. But prior slide. So working on us together on this has been Landmark Engineering and RE18 Design, and we appreciate staff's help. We've been working on this details with them, and I think we've got everything worked out, but I do appreciate it. 30 years ago, actually 29 to be exact, I appeared before the then City Council and got the wet zoning for Green Fields. It opened up on Platt Street in this location, the building that you see on the slide, in 1992. As you know, it became an extremely popular place to hang out, especially on St. Patrick's Day, and actually was voted one of the top 10 Irish pubs in the world. Fort Green Fields has 3 other locations in Tampa, one at Curtis Dixon Park, one at Amalie Arena, and Tampa International Airport. And in addition to that, it owns a castle over in Ireland. But with the closing, they closed their Platt Street location at the end of last year. And with that closing, they were looking to relocate the pub and consolidate their operations into one building on this site that we're discussing tonight. Our request before you is to change the use of an old abandoned warehouse on the north end of the Channel District that's tucked, as you can see, between the crosstown, and it lies in between 2 urban villages. We filed this application in April of this year, and of course are before you tonight. Slide 4, please.
That's fine.
Okay. So again, Mr. Hussein gave you the overview of the site. This is it outlined in red. As you can see on the left or west side of 12th Street, 12th is running north to south. There are 2 buildings. They both started off being rectangular, but when the Crosstown Expressway took the property on the south, the owner converted the lower one, the one on the south, into a triangle. We're not dealing with that tonight. In fact, my client's lease does not even extend to that. The only building that we're dealing with is the 802 North 12th Street, the rectangular building. And then, of course, across the street to the east, on the east side of 717 North 12th Street, is where most of the parking will be provided. As Mr. Hussein said, access is off of North 12th Street, which, as you can see, goes under the Crosstown Expressway, and then, oddly enough, sort of turns to the right and becomes Adamo Drive. And then, as you can also see, Channelside Drive a little bit to the east parallels 12th Street. And in the vicinity, there's office, commercial, multifamily residential uses, all in the immediate vicinity. Next slide, please. So we are here tonight to request your approval of an alcoholic beverage special use 2 permit for beer, wine, and liquor on premises consumption and package sale for off premises consumption. This off-premises is strictly to buy Irish whiskey on this site in the sealed bottles, sealed containers, and take it off-site for consumption. No consumption is allowed on the site itself. Slide 5, I believe this is 5, I'm sorry. But this also shows 2 of the waivers that we're seeking, 2 of the 4 waivers. The one mentioned earlier is Bell Channel Side Apartments, which are 205 feet south of the site, and then the Deputy John Kufila Dog Park, which is about 375 feet south and west of the site. Slide 6. This is a blow-up of the site plan. Again, Fort Greene Fields is only going to be utilizing the rectangular building on the left, the one that is hatched with hatch marks there and grayed out. And consolidated into that building will be 3 uses. One, the pub that was previously on Platt Street will be located here. In addition, they will have a beer brewery for brewing private label beer of Fort Greene Fields. And then finally, as a result of their ownership of the castle in Ireland, Mr. Breen became friends with some distillers over there, and they are actually distilling Fort Greene Fields Irish whiskey distilled in Ireland and then brought over here, and it will be put in a warehouse in the same building and then distributed out to people people throughout the community, bars throughout the community. Over the years, as you can tell, it's a very odd shaped piece of property. The dark line around the exterior shows how it has been cut a number of times, mainly by the Crosstown Expressway, via taking property as part of the eminent domain. I will call your attention to the yellowed portion. The upper part of the yellow is the edge of pavement. So you actually have pavement that used to be part of this property before the taking by Crosstown. The pavement is still there, still maintained, but it is outside the property. That will be able to be used because about a month ago, we were able to get a license agreement from THEA to allow pedestrian and vehicular use over that property. So even though the site is bounded by the property line, we can use property outside it for vehicular and pedestrian use. Slide 7, please. So as you can see, we are requesting 4 waivers. The first is to reduce the parking from 75 to 53 spaces, which is a 29% reduction. As mentioned earlier, Mr. Breen has been operating Fort Greene Fields over on Platt Street for 29 years. Due to that experience, they found that the average number of vehicles parked at the peak hours was roughly 40, and that would reduce down to about 20 during the daytime for the lunch activities. So with their history of using 40, they think that 53 is certainly sufficient. In addition, one of the waivers, of course, is the fact that Bell Channel Side is 205 feet away. Not only do you have Bell Channel Side, you've got a Channel Club, you've got Grand Central, you've got Ventana, and you got the entire Channel District. And as you know, these are all mostly young people. Most of them walk to the places. So we do anticipate a significant amount of pedestrian traffic coming in, which obviously will not need parking spaces. And then, of course, typical of the urban environment in which we're in, a lot of the young patrons that come to Fort Greene Fields either ride share with their friends or they use Uber or Lyft or one of those. So again, reduces the need for parking, all which is to say, we think that the reduction from 75 to 53 is certainly sufficient to handle what's anticipated to be the maximum crowds there. So that's with regards to the first waiver, reducing parking from 75 to 53. If you would go back to slide 6, we're also outlined in the little red squiggly there is where the measurement of the aisle width on that northeastern corner of the 802 property. And it's a little difficult to see because it's so small, but it says 23 feet, which is 1 foot short of what is required by the city code on that. We think that the fact that we've got the extra space from the THEA agreement, the license agreement to use this property in yellow certainly mitigates against that as well. And the 1 foot should not make a significant difference. Then again, going back to slide 6, requesting a waiver of the required distance separation to residential uses, which we think actually is a benefit. Again, Bell Channel side, as you can see, is 205 feet away, not 1,000, and we think that's a plus, not a minus. And then, of course, the dog park is 375 feet, so we're requesting a waiver of that as well. So that's our presentation. We're here to ask any questions that you might have.
Any questions, gentlemen?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
You recognize, sir?
Will this establishment be serving the fine food that I'm used to at Fort Greene Field?
Mr. Breen? I couldn't hear. Will this establishment be serving the same fine food that he's used to getting to on Platt Street?
Absolutely the same.
Fantastic. I understand that you are going to be selling your own brewed beer and your own personal labeled Irish whiskey. Is that true?
That's true. The Irish whiskey is under the Kennedy Castle label and be available at the pub, and we're working on actually national distribution into Canada, the islands. So part of this will be warehousing to hold the whiskey as well.
Okay, will you be selling any other labels?
Oh yeah, it's a full bar, as we've always had.
For the package sales and off-premises consumption.
Yes, but it won't be for consumption. We're not talking about, which I think you were talking about on the last presentation, with drinks to go or partial bottles. This will be, we're not running a package store, but it's available. We can't really tell somebody you can buy the Irish whiskey, but you can't buy Jim Beam, as an example. We've had outside of our Irish whiskey, though, we don't, I don't even remember on Platt Street ever selling a bottle to go. I mean, it's not a big part of it, but we do have to have it so that we can present the Irish whiskey.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Ms. Dingfelder, you recognize.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. A lot of times, these type of establishments, I might be concerned about any sort of outdoor venue or outdoor amplified sound. But in looking at this site, it's a kind of pretty unique in terms of being basically surrounded by crosstown on both sides. But anyway, I guess I'm just curious is there any outdoor venue or outdoor amplified sound anticipated? And if so, which side?
No, it'll be the same. We've actually moved everything from the interior at Fort Greene Fields on Platt Street. It's going to be exactly the same. There'll be music inside on Friday and Saturdays, and that's it. That's the extent of the music. There won't be any outdoor music, but as you said, the traffic noise would probably take away from that anyway.
Okay. Thank you, and good luck to you.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
Anybody else to speak on this item? On the second floor?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Ms. Rosario, anybody on the second floor?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on behalf of this item. Thank
All
you.
right,
Move to close.
Mr. Maniscalco has moved to close.
So move.
Second by Mr. Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Maniscalco, if you do the honors, I'm number 6.
Thank you very much. I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance approving a special use permit S2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue consumption on premises, and package sales off premises consumption, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor on that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 717 and 802 North 12th Street, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
Mr. Maniscalco has moved, Ms. Dingfelder has seconded. Roll call.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder. Carlson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Viera. Citro.
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on August 26th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Item number 7.
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination. Going over case AB 221-22. Can I please have control of the screen? Wonderful. Thanks so much. The applicant here is Craig Weber. Representative name is Stephen Michelini. Property address is 1606 West Snow Avenue. This is a request for a special use approval to allow the sale of alcoholic beverages for a restaurant, beer, wine, and liquor consumption on premises only. The proposed use is a restaurant with AB sales area of 6,748 square feet indoors and 1,640 square feet outdoors for a total of 8,388 square feet. Pedestrian access is on Snow Avenue. The required parking for the site is 365 parking spaces, and the site plan is showing 91 provided parking spaces. The proposed hours of operation will be Monday through Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m., and Thursday through Sunday, 11 a.m. till 2 a.m. Now, the subject property is located in the Hyde Park Urban Villages, and the distance separation requirement is 250 feet from other AB sales establishments. As you see, there is one AB sales establishment in the same parcel, which is named Boozy, at 1602 West Snow Avenue, which is about three businesses down the strip. There's a 4 COP and PS. I'll carry on. Overhead site looking at the Hyde Park area, you have to the north, you have West Snow Avenue. To the west, you have South Rome Avenue, and then the Village Circle with other commercial establishments to the north and also to the east. Overhead site looking at the Meat Market Establishment restaurant here. You have the indoor AB sales area and the outdoor AB sales area. Closer look. If you see the first picture, you'll see the picture to the left of the front door of Meat Market. To the north of the site, you have Buddy Brew over there, and also you have a Wine Exchange, and I believe Fort Beachy also is there to the northwest. To the south, to the west of the establishment, you have Bonobos, Madewell, Madewell, and then a couple other establishments. And Boozy is right down here next to a smoothie place. And to the east of the establishment, you have Pottery Barn and also that Hyde Park Circle. Staff has reviewed the application and found it inconsistent with the applicable City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. Minor corrections are needed to the site plan are needed between the first and second reading. Thank you. I'm available for any questions if needed.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? Do you have anybody to speak on this item on the second floor?
Yes, sir. Steve Michelini. I'm here representing the Meat Market of Tampa. Let me first show you the area that's, first of all, let me start by saying that the property currently has an alcoholic beverage zoning. And we added an additional parcel to this, an additional storefront back in December. And this petition will join those two parcels and also consolidate the hours of operation and make them as Zane has pointed out, Monday through Wednesday, 11 to 1, and Thursday through Sunday, 11 till 2 a.m. This is the location of the existing meat market. Also, as Zane pointed out, we have an existing area of 1,640 square feet outdoors and 6,748 square feet indoors. The outdoor area is a combination of tables with umbrellas as well as seating underneath an existing canopy. The inconsistency, as I understand it, in speaking with Zane, relates to your video's gone. There we go. The inconsistency relates to the fact that we have zero separation between this existing establishment and the recently approved Boozy, which is immediately to the west. So we have some minor technical issues to resolve, which is putting some notes on the site plan. But outside of that, I think we are consistent in every respect. We're not asking for any waivers, except for the distance separation waiver. We have existing 841 parking spaces, which is required, and we're providing 993 spaces, which are provided in the various garages and on the street. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. This has become one of the landmark locations. It's a very active and a very popular location in Old Hyde Park Village.
Any questions for the applicant? Any questions for the applicant? Will everybody speak on this item? I see Mr. Rosario in the back.
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody registered for this item?
And there are no registered speakers for this item.
Second.
Ms. Scalper moved to close. Mr. Randall seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Citro, if you don't mind, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is file number AB 2-21-22, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance approving a special use permit S2 for alcohol beverage sales, restaurant consumption on premises only, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcohol content, beer, wine, and liquor, on that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 1606 West Snow Avenue, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 3, providing for all ordinance or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, repealing AB 1-21-07, providing an effective date.
Mr. Citro has moved it. Mr. Dingfelder has seconded. Roll call.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Goos?
Yes.
Maniscalco? Yes. Viera? Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
And Carlson?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on August 26th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Council.
Sure, thank you. Item number 9.
Thank you so much, Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Going over agenda item number 9. File case number REZ 21-30. This is for 813 West Amelia Avenue. Proposing a rezone from RS60 to PD Residential Single Family Detached and its extended family residence. I'll now pass it along to Planning Commissioner Jennifer Malone.
Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission. This is file number REZ 2130, as Zane stated before. This is located in the Central Tampa Planning District, within the Ridgewood Park neighborhood. approximately 0.1 miles to the east of the site at the corner of West Columbus Drive and North Glendale Drive is the closest transit stop. It's located in level C evacuation zone, and Phillips Park is about 0.1 miles to the east of the subject site. This is the subject site outlined here in purple. The Hillsborough River, you can kind of see a sliver of it to the west of the subject site. It's again located on West Amelia Avenue, just south of West Columbus Drive, and it's very much single-family detached neighborhood. The next slide is the adopted future land use map. The future land use of the site is residential 10, which allows for those 10 dwelling units per acre. Again, that single-family detached development pattern. To the north, the green on the map is recreation open space, and that's Phillips Park. If it's familiar to you, it was actually part of one of our parks amendments that came before you recently to designate that as recreational open space. But with the Planning Commission staff did find this consistent with the comprehensive plan. We found that the proposed single-family detached residence through this PD would be consistent with the plan and comparable and compatible with the surrounding development pattern. The extended family residence that's proposed as part of this PD is also consistent with the plan. There are several policies in the plan that support extended family residences to provide that variety of housing types. The comprehensive plan encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure an adequate supply of housing to meet the needs and preferences of Tampa's growing population. I would also note that the overall density of the neighborhood is about 6.6 units per acre, which is consistent with that residential 10 future land use, which allows us to 10 dwelling units an acre. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Any questions, gentlemen?
Did either of you show us photographs of the surrounding properties next door and across the street? Are they built on the single lots, or are they built on double lots?
I don't think Zane's up yet.
Zane?
Zane's not up yet. I think,
No, I'm sorry.
Jennifer's
Yes, sir.
still up.
I'll be showing pictures during my presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We can discuss that.
Sorry.
All right, well, no question for
I
Mr.
jumped the
Malone.
gun, sorry.
We'll go to Mr. Hussein, and maybe we can get that question of Mr. Dingfelder. You recognize, sir?
Thank you so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Can everyone see my slide? RZ 21-30, applicant and representative is Daniel L. Fox. The property address is 813 West Amelia Avenue. This proposed rezoning from RS60, single family, to PD, residential, single family, detached, extended family residence. This PD is to allow for 2 single family detached residential lots and extended family residences. The minimum lot area for the RS60 zoning is 6,000 square feet, and both proposed lots, parcel A and parcel B, contain 6,500 square feet, meeting this requirement. The minimum lot width for RS60 is 60 feet, and the proposed lot widths do not meet these requirements, which is why the applicant is requesting this PD. The lot width of parcel A is 50 feet, and the lot width of parcel B is also 50 feet. There is also a waiver requested from section 27-132 to allow the accessory structure on parcel A to exceed the 600 square feet to allow 968 square feet.
And Zane, what did you say the underlying reason was, the main criteria that they don't meet?
The lot width.
The lot width, which is what?
Width. They both have a lot width, parcel A and parcel B of 50 feet. And RS60 requires 60 feet in width.
So they have the square footage, but not the width?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
They have 6,000 square feet each, and the minimum is 6,500 square foot.
That concludes
All
your
right, as I
presentation.
continue on, parcel A is requesting the detached 2-story accessory structure garage with an extended family residence. Parcel B has an existing detached single-family residential structure which will remain. The property is located on lots 15 and 16 in the Ridgewood Park replat, which was platted in 1922, which I will show on the next slide. Lot 15 and 16 here. As you look at the conforming map, The Ridgewood Park replat was originally platted in 1922. The subject application seeks to split the lot right here, where the hatched red mark is. Split the lots of the record to create 2 buildable lots. The overall area of analysis includes 281 total zoning lots. 143, or 51% of these lots, have been developed with a width of 59.99 feet or less, and 138, or 49% of the lots, have been developed with 60 feet width or greater. The block of West Amelia Avenue, you see West Amelia Avenue over here. The block of West Amelia Avenue on both sides of the street contain 15 total zoning lots. 5 of these lots, or 33% of the lots, have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and 10 have a width of 59.99 feet or less. So staff has identified that 49% of these lots in the study area, 30% of the subject block, and 43% of the block face and block of West Erna Drive are 60 feet in width or greater. Staff finds the proposed reconfiguration of the proposed lots to be consistent with the existing development pattern of the overall studied area, block and block face, the surrounding area. As you see the plat overhead view with the red outlined lots, and the site plan of the lots here, lot A, parcel A, and parcel B. Parcel A, of course, being the proposed 2-story masonry residence and also the detached structure. If you look at the overhead aerial, you'll see the parcel outlined in red. To the north, you have West Columbus Drive. South, you have that West Amelia Avenue. Running along the southwest, you'll have North Ridgewood Avenue, and along the east, you'll have North Boulevard. As requested, we have the pictures of the site. To the south of the site, you have also another residential single-family home. To the west of the site, you have residential homes. And to the east of the site, you also have residential homes. Staff has reviewed the application, and the findings requests are consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. There will be needed further modifications on the site plan to be completed by the applicant between the first and second reading. Thank you. I'm available for any questions if needed.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? All right, hear from the applicant. Do we have the applicant room now? Logged on? All right. Can we get him in, Madam Clerk? There he is, okay. Unmute yourself. We can't hear you. If you can hear us, can you unmute yourself?
Oh, can you hear me now?
We got you.
Very
All right,
sorry about
you
that.
raise your hand and she's gonna swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dan Fox. I live at 813 West Amelia Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33602. I've lived there for almost 27 years now. I've owned both parcels the whole time. Always kind of had the hope of doing something what I'm doing now. I eventually would like to just be able to do it. I'm not really good at this, so I apologize up front.
No need to apologize.
But I had planned on being there in person, but unfortunately, fully vaccinated, but I ended up with COVID, so I am stuck being safe at home. So I'm building a house with an extended residence. The staff had found it consistent with everything, and I plan on making the changes to the site plan, the 2 changes that they had requested to the site plan before the next reading. And any questions you guys have, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Any questions for the applicant? Any questions for the applicant? Is there anybody to speak on this item?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Anybody on the second floor for this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Motion to close?
So move second.
Mr. Maniscalco, Mr. Citro second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Dingfelder, you're up.
You know what, I'll take the next one.
Take that. Mr. Miranda, can you have number 9 for us, sir?
Well, I don't know, I usually vote against the ones north of Kennedy.
All right, well,
Because the ones south of Kennedy, you gotta treat the whole city the same, and we have a problem.
all right.
But I don't mind taking it and getting responsibility. It's meet all the criteria, it's done everything else. So I'll take number 9, file number REZ 21-30. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property general vicinity 813 West Amelia Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60, residential single family to PD plan development, residential single family detached, and extended family residence, providing an effective date.
Yes, second, Mr. Maniscalco, roll call.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Dingfelder, Goods,
Yes.
Maniscalco, and Viera.
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on August 26th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Bring us to item number 10.
Thanks so much, Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 10, file number REZ 21-32. This is for the address of 3217 West Paul Avenue, proposing a rezoning from RS60 to RS50. I'll now pass it along to Jennifer Malone.
Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission. I'll show my presentation as soon as I have control of the screen. But while I get started, this is in the South Tampa Planning District in the Interbay South of Gandy neighborhood, more specifically. It is just south of Gandy, on West Paul Avenue. We see that single family detached neighborhood and then some commercial uses along West Gandy Boulevard. I apologize. So the subject site is residential 10, which is that single family detached land use. To the north on West Gandy Boulevard is urban mixed use 60, which is a very intensive future land use designation that allows for a variety of commercial, mixed use and residential uses. The Planning Commission staff did review this with a comprehensive plan, and we found it consistent. The existing density of this street is about 5.93 units per acre, which is below the 10 dwelling units per acre that can be considered under this future land use. We found that the request would allow for development that is similar in form, height, and scale of the surrounding residential uses along this portion of West Paul Avenue, and that, again, the Tampa Comprehensive Plan encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. It is compatible with the fine-grained development pattern and consistent with the residential Tampa future land use and the development pattern envisioned under that land use. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions. Thanks.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? All right, city staff.
Thanks so much, Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Going over case REZ 21-32. I have control of the screen now. The applicant here is Mark Mobley. Representative name is Stephen Michelini. Property address at 3217 West Paul Avenue. Proposed rezoning RS60 residential single family to RS50 residential single family. Waivers cannot be requested as this is a Euclidean. If you want to look at the slide right here, you'll see the parcel outlined in red. You have West Marlin Avenue to the north, the access at West Paul Avenue to the south here. To the west, you have South Sherwood Avenue, and also to the east, you'll have South 6th Street. The property includes 3 platted lots, lots 15, 16, and 17, with approximately 150 feet in width and 135 feet in depth for a total lot area of 250 square feet. Looking at the overhead view of the Tropical Terrace subdivision plat, all 3 lots here. And now looking at the conforming map, as you will see, the lots here are outlined and hatched in the red lines here. The the Tropical Terrace subdivision was originally platted in 1925. The area of analysis that was done here includes 300 total lots. 174 of these lots, or 58% of the lots, have a width of 60 feet or greater, and 126 of the lots, or 42% of the lots, have a width of 59.99 feet or less. The block of West Paul Avenue, both sides of the street here, contain 20 total zoning lots. 5 of the lots, or 25% of the lots, have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and 15 or 75% of the lots have been developed with a width of 59.99 feet or less. Based on this analysis, staff finds the proposed request for rezoning consistent with the existing development pattern of the existing area. As I went to the site, here are the pictures. If you look at the site here, it's vacant. To the south of the site, you have a single-family home across the street. To the west of the site, you have also the vacant lots and also residential. And then to the east, you have also residential homes. As said before, the staff has reviewed the application and finds this consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. There are minor modifications may be needed for first and second reading. I'm sorry, no, there are not minor modifications needed, and I'm available here for any questions if needed.
Any questions? Any questions, gentlemen? All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
Steve Michelini, I'm here on behalf of Mark Mobley for 3217 West Paul Avenue. As the staff has pointed out from the Planning Commission as well as from the city staff, that there were no objections and we were found to be consistent with all of the applicable codes. The density that's being proposed is a little less than 6 units per acre, and this is residential 10, which would allow 10 units per the acre. The development pattern has been found to be consistent with the surrounding properties, both on the block face and in general for the area. These are 3 originally platted lots, as Mr. Hussein has already pointed out. 50 by 135, which makes it the lots exceed the square footage requirement and they meet the 50-foot frontage requirement that's being requested for the RS50. The general requirements are that the City Council has to find the following: that the single-family residential districts provide for detached housing on a variety of lot sizes in accordance with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Accessory uses, compatible related support uses for residential and special uses are permitted. In this case, the district provides areas for primarily low-density, single-family dwellings and provided in this RS50 district. The property, as I pointed out, is R10, which allows this, and we're below the density, the maximum density that would be permitted. The comprehensive plan indicates in policy 9.3.8, it's the intent that new residential development projects will be minimally disruptive to the adjacent area, and as the Planning Commission staff has pointed out, this is consistent with the development pattern. The city shall assess the potential positive and negative impacts. No negative impacts were noted in any respect from any of the reviewing agencies. The overall area of the analysis shows, again, as the city staff has pointed out, that 75% of the development lots meet this development pattern, and in the block face itself. And they've already pointed out with you with the the zoning pattern analysis that the subject lot is here, and the blue indicates the 50-foot lots or less than 60-foot lot development pattern. With the context of this, the single-family detached residence is the predominant development pattern. We meet a number of land use development codes, and I'll just number them if you, land use objective 8.14, that shall be consistent, and I'm abbreviating this, shall be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and the staff has found it to be consistent. Each land use plan category shall have a unique set of zoning districts within that land use, and which provide mixes of uses, and anyway, it meets that code. Land use objective 9.2, ensure there's adequate amount of land planned for residential purposes. Land use 9.2.1, promote and maintain residential neighborhoods, and this does that. This does not disrupt the development pattern of the existing neighborhood or the provision of single-family detached homes. Compatible development and residential and redevelopment areas sustain neighborhoods, that's 9.3. Land use 9.3.8 intends residential development projects shall be minimally disruptive. This does not disrupt any of the neighborhood and development pattern. Maintains the stability. This will insert 3 new homes into this area, which will dramatically improve not only the infrastructure but also the tax base. Land use policy 9.5.3 provide different intensities. This is below the maximum density and intensity that's allowed under the land use code. Neighborhood objective 1.3, engage neighborhood residents and collaborative efforts to share information, solve problems, and plan for the future. These homes will be consistent with everything that's surrounding in that area. 1.3.10, the development pattern exists, and this will not be inserting or establishing a new development pattern. Housing needs, objective 1.3, ensure that adequate supply of housing is there to meet the needs of the future. Housing policy 1.3.1 designates sufficient land for residential growth to share the regional household growth and pattern of development. 1.3.3, continue to monitor residential to ensure adequate sites are available. And the staff goes on to say that they have done an analysis for both the Planning Commission and the city staff, and they found this to be consistent. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have, and just for the record, I'd like this information reflected on this petition as well as my other ones, that I've been certified by the 13th Judicial Circuit Court as an expert in land use and zoning and planning for more than 30 years. So I'd appreciate your support and approval of this petition.
So noted. Any questions for the gentleman? Any questions? All right. Anyone to speak on this item?
There are no one registered to speak on this item.
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item.
Mr. Miranda has moved to close. Ms. Maniscalco has seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I can read this.
Motion carried. Mr. Dingfelder, item number 10, please, sir.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. In regard to file REZ 21-32, I'll move the following ordinance being presented for first reading its consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 3217 West Paul Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1, from zoning district classification to RS60 residential single family to RS50 residential single family, provide an effective date, and specifically, I would note that they meet the criteria of the code in Chapter 27 for PDs, and in this case, there's no waivers requested. Thank you.
Second.
Second by Mr. Citro. Roll call vote, please.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Goods,
Yes.
and Dingfelder.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on August 26th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much, Council.
All right. Item number 11.
All right, wonderful. Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination, going over agenda item number 11. This for case number REZ 21-34. This for the property address at 3411 North 29th Street. There's a proposed rezoning from Plan Development Office Business Professional to Plan Development Office Business Professional. I will now pass it along to Jennifer Malone.
Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission staff. This is located on North 29th Street. It is in the Central Tampa Planning District, also within the East Tampa Urban Village. within the Jackson Heights neighborhood. Hart Route 12 connects the subject site to downtown Tampa and University Center Transit, University Transit Center Transfer Center, and it is not located within an evacuation zone. This is an aerial of the subject site. The surrounding area is some single family, some commercial. It's definitely a mixture of uses, and we do find that single family as one moves east and west away from North 29th Street. The development, the future land use is residential 20. On the subject site, that is that brown color, to the north is community mixed use 35, which allows commercial uses. Further east of the subject site is residential 10, and that's the orange color. The Planning Commission did find this consistent with the comprehensive plan. Typically, to allow non-residential uses in the residential 20 future land use designation, the applicant must meet locational criteria. However, due to the fact that this was already approved for non-residential uses in 2016 through the previous PD, there's a provision in the plan that it doesn't need to meet locational criteria again, and then it is automatically can be considered for additional non-residential uses. Additionally, it's within the maximum allowable square footage for this future land use designation. The applicant is proposing about 4,709 square feet, and their maximum would be up to 7,650 with that FAR and the square footage site and the size of the site in this area. So it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The proposed use would be comparable and compatible with the uses present along this portion of North 29th Street. The East Tampa Urban Village also promotes a mixture of uses and providing non-residential uses to serve the community and providing that mixture of, and not just having a single use within that area. So we did find it consistent, it's comparable and compatible with the surrounding development pattern, consistent with those policies, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Any questions, gentlemen? All right, Zane?
Thanks, sir. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. I've just shared my screen. Case REZ 21-34, the applicant here is 29th Street Holdings LLC for the property address encompassing 3411, 3413, and 3415 North 29th Street. As I said before, this is a proposed rezoning from planned development, office business professional, to planned development, office business professional. There is one waiver been requested here, 27-284.3.3, to request to pay into the applicable planning district tree trust fund for mitigation trees that cannot be planted on site. As you see the overhead view of the site outlined here in red, you'll see the PD already existing. To the west, you'll have North 29th Street. To the north, you'll have Chipco Street. To the south, you'll have East 27th Avenue. And to the west, you'll have North 30th Street. The request to allow the addition of a new building on site while maintaining the existing proposed use is the meaning and the use, or the reason for this PD. The subject parcel contains 15,300 square feet or 0.35 acres. The site contains an existing 2,855 square feet, one-story structure, which was approved in 2016 under REZ number 16-14. The existing structure will remain on the site. The applicant proposes to construct a new 1,836 square foot office building to the north end over here, this area of the site. As you see the site plan of the proposed structure with the proposed garage also. As you see the site as is right now, to the north of the site, you'll see the residential and the vacant lots. To the south of the site, you'll see the structure. And also to the south of the site, you'll see the street going all the way down to all the residential. The staffers reviewed this application and found the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Should be the pleasure of staff or of council to approve the application. Minor modifications will be needed to the site plan between first and second reading. I'm here for any questions if needed. Thank you.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? We'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. Appreciate you having a Gardner family night tonight. My dad is
tell us about it.
long-winded, and I promise to be shorter with my words.
Truett, Councilman Dingfelder says your father looks better than you.
I heard that. I took great offense to it.
I have to stand up for the old guys, you know.
Absolutely.
Swear him in.
This is very straightforward. It's an existing PD already zoned for office, and we're merely adding less than 2,000 square feet. The maximum FAR allowed is 0.5. There's one correction that we need to make to the site plan. It currently notes that 0.28 FAR is what we're requesting. That's actually 0.31, so 0.03 more. And we've been found consistent by all reviewed agencies. We're not aware of any opposition. Happy, we've got a PowerPoint that we're happy to go into, but wanted to save your time.
Any questions, Mr. Truett Gardner? Any questions? All right, anybody speak on this item?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item.
All right, Mr. Maniscalco has moved to close. Mr. Citro, second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Vieira, if you would, sir.
Yes, sir, I will. I move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3411, 3413, 3415 North 29th Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification, PD Plan Development Office Business Professional to PD Plan Development Office Business Professional, providing an effective date.
Got a second for Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Gould.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on August 26th at 9:30 a.m.
All right. Carries us to number 12, final item of the evening.
Thank you.
Number 12, final item of the evening.
Thanks so much. Danny Hussein here, Development Coordination, going over agenda item number 12. This is for RZ 21-41. The application property address is 3007 North Habana Avenue. It is a proposed rezoning from PD, Planned Development Residential Single Family Attached, to PD, Residential Single Family Attached. I'll now pass it along to Jennifer Malone.
Jennifer with Malone, your Planning Commission. This is located in the Central Tampa Planning District and the West Tampa Urban Village. It is within Evacuation Zone E. There's a transit stop at the, essentially 1 block south of the subject site at the corner of Columbus Drive and North Cabana Avenue, served by Heart Route 10. Capes Park is located 1 block to the north of the subject site and is the closest public recreational facility. So we can see that on the aerial here to the north. This is the subject site outlined in purple. We have the park to the north, single family detached along West Kathleen Street. However, there's an office use to the west of the subject site, 2 office uses actually, and then those commercial uses along West Columbus Drive. If the subject site is designated community mixed use 35. If this looks familiar, it's because it came through with a plan amendment about, probably was before you about a year ago, requesting that designation, and it was approved and adopted to that community mixed use 35 future land use designation. The Planning Commission did find this consistent, the development of 4 residential single-family attached dwelling units. We found that the proposed dwelling units, the way that they are oriented towards Habana Avenue, with the automobile entrance behind it on West Kathleen Street, is promoting those mixed-use corridor policies. The front doors are located along Habana with a pedestrian access from the sidewalk on Habana up to those front doors. So that is well absolutely consistent with our comprehensive plan policies, providing that safe pathway to the amenities located within the West Tampa Urban Village. The comprehensive plan promotes a development pattern consistent with the compact city form strategy. This is going to encourage infill development within proximity to transit and employment services. I'll also note that it is located within the West Tampa Urban Village, and one of our policies states that this is where the city should direct, quote, the greatest share of growth, unquote, within those urban villages. So the proposed PD will further these policies while also encouraging new housing on underutilized land, and is within that long-term development pattern anticipated under the community mixed use 35 future land use designation. We found that it would cause no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions, gentlemen? All right, Zane?
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. I am sharing my screen here. Case REZ 21-41. The applicant is Zachary Alvarez. Representative name is Braulio Grajales. The property address is 3007 North Habana Avenue. Showing that there's a proposed rezoning from PD Plan Development Residential Single Family Attached. As you see, the old PD number was REZ 20-67 to a new PD of Residential Single Family Attached. There are 3 new waivers requested here. First one, to allow for the reduction of total required parking from 9 spaces to 8. Also, number 2, to reduce the percentage of trees preserved on a non-wooded site from 50% to 0%. And then number 3, to pay into the applicable planning district tree trust fund for mitigation trees that cannot be planted on site. If you see the aerial right here on the slide, you will see the structured parcels outlined here in red. To the north, you have West Kathleen Street. To the south, you have West Columbus Drive. Up running to the west, north, and south, you have North Habana Avenue. And also to the east, you'll have North Tampania Avenue. If you look at the site plan here, you'll see what the structure, what the proposed PD is showing. It is showing to allow 4 3-story townhomes here. The subject site right now contains a total area of 8,721 square feet. The property currently has approved PD REZ 20-67 for 3 residential single-family attached units. The proposed parking is 8 spaces when they need 9, and the proposed setbacks are to the north 5 feet, west 20 feet, south 5 feet, and east 29 feet. The maximum building height is proposed at 40 feet, and the vehicular access to the site will be to the north of West Kathleen Street. Coming out to the site, took pictures. As you see, the current structure on the site. To the west of the site, you have a architecture design firm here. To the north of the site, you have a vacant and also residential. And to the south of the site, you have a Habana Auto Service shop. Staff has reviewed the application and finds the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. In the event that City Council approves the rezoning application, the application will need modifications, and site plan will need modifications between first and second reading. Thank you. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? All right. We'll hear from the applicant. Madam Clerk?
Hello? Hello?
I think we have to see him per the rules, correct?
There he is.
Oh, it's okay, there it is, okay.
Good evening. Are we allowed to speak now?
Yep, we got you. You sworn in, sir?
No.
Oh, no.
Can I be sworn in, please?
Are you the representative, sir?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Can I be sworn in first?
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Well, good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the City Council. Braulio Grajales with High Point Engineering, 5300 West Cypress Street in Tampa, and I have been sworn in. I'm a professional engineer in the state of Florida and the engineer of record for this project. I want to thank all members of the staff for their help and support throughout this rezoning process. As you know, the subject property was brought before the City Council last year for PD rezoning. The PD plan included 3 single-family attached units. You approved the current PD plan last year in October 2020. I believe you were pretty satisfied with the proposal that our client brought before you last year. So due to the high cost of construction being experienced in our economy, which is triggered by the increase of building material prices, the property owner, Mr. Zach Alvarez, can no longer redevelop this property with 3 townhome units and make the project financially feasible. Mr. Alvarez is proposing to redevelop the property with 4 townhomes units. So by using economies of scale, he might be able to develop a financially feasible project. In the rezoning in the report of rezoning request, transportation found the site plan inconsistent with Chapter 27. All other divisions, including development, coordination, planning commission, natural resources, fire, stormwater, wastewater, solid wastewater, and urban design, have found the site plan consistent. The Land Development Code requires 0.25 parking spaces per unit. Thus, the proposed development requires 1 parking space for visitors. Nevertheless, transportation also in their report indicated that in regards to the promotion of efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure, the proposed configurations requires minimal waivers that should not adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood. I was a little surprised when Mr. Hussein, at the end of his presentation, indicated that the site plan is being found inconsistent. I have here in the report, I found the following at the end of the package we received. It says, recommendation based on the above considerations, the planning, that was the planning commission. Never mind, my apologies. I misread that part. But therefore, we respectfully request your consideration to approve this rezoning petition to develop this property with 4 single-family attached units. Mr. Alvarez, do you want to add anything, any additional information to your project and your position about your request?
He needs to be sworn in, sir.
He needs to be visual.
Yep, visual too.
Zach, are you there? Zach?
He's got to do visual.
Does the clerk have him on?
He is, but for some reason, I guess he doesn't have video capability.
Yes, can I be heard?
We have to have you visual for these type of hearings, sir.
Zach, do you have a camera available?
I am. I'm on my phone and have been since 5 o'clock listening.
It won't
and
work on your
watching.
phone. It won't work on your phone, sir.
Okay, well then I'm just over the audio, so if you guys just rely on Braulio, I'm okay with that.
We can't allow you to speak on audio without seeing you physically, sir.
Okay. Can you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So, again, we understand that the Land Development Code requires, for this project, 1 parking space for visitors. The total of required parking is 8 spaces, which will be provided in 2 spaces in the parking garage of every unit, plus 1 parking space for visitors that we are short. I have, and if I may obtain permission to share my screen, I have prepared a site plan that shows the reasons why we did not provide a parking space for visitors. Are you seeing the site plan?
You need to enlarge it.
Sure. Is it better?
We see it.
Okay. So this is the site plan, and we prepared this plan, this alternative plan for this meeting, and to indicate the reasons why we don't think adding a parking space for visitors on this property is the best alternative. Currently, this is the proposed site plan, as I indicated earlier, is 4 townhomes. Originally, we had instead of these 4 units here, we had a visitors parking space here. That's how it was approved last year. We maintained the same connection to Kathleen Road, and we maintained the same access for the previously 3 units, now 4 units. So we don't have much room on in the back of the units or on the north side of the units facing Kathleen Road to put a visitors parking space. Therefore, my suggestion as the engineer of record for this project will be to put a, which is, in my opinion, is not the best alternative, put a visitors parking space in front of the building, the 4 units, but it will take entirely the entire landscaping, which will be provided along Havana Avenue. Also, because of the lack of space on the front buffer, which is 20 feet, as you can see here, there is no other alternative like a T-turn or like a way to not having to put 2 curb cuts. So in my opinion, the only alternative that I will be able to, so the development will be able to provide a visitors parking space, which will be specifically located right here in this area. And I'm just gonna mark with a red square where the car will park. Is right there. That's where a car will be able to park. So if somebody comes and visits, this is where the car will come in, and then this is where the car will go out. So 2 curb cuts and a circular drive where people, it's gonna be designated as a visitors parking. Maybe the residents will end up using it as a way to park, have a quick park instead of going in the back of their properties and parking their garage. But that will be the alternative to provide 1 visitors parking space on this property. Therefore, with my client, we decided to present the proposal, the site plan that we submitted for your consideration, and very respectfully, we apply for this waiver, which transportation finds it inconsistent, but everybody else found the project consistent. And again, like I said earlier, transportation indicated in the report that in regard to the promotion of efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure, the proposed configuration requires minimal waivers that should not adversely affect the surrounding neighborhood. So this proposal, this Plan B that I am showing right now on the screen, I don't think that is efficient, and that doesn't provide a sustainable use of the land, especially because we eliminate pretty much the entire landscape from the front of the property, the landscape buffer abutting, Havana Avenue.
Okay, you done, sir?
What size is that
Any
lot?
questions?
Thank
You recognize, sir?
What size is that lot, sir?
Yes, it is 0.2 acres, 8,000.
No, I want, forget the acreage. What's the footage from one side, east, north, west?
Oh, the dimensions, 89 feet along Kathleen Road, and it is 98 feet along Havana Avenue.
Did it ever occur to you that you're asking for more than you can fit in? That's why you don't have the parking? If you have that kind of thing, you have 4 units, the unit's gonna be what, 22 feet wide?
The units are 21 feet 20 feet wide, 21 feet.
And the trees are all being removed, right?
The existing trees, yes, it will be removed. There is a camphor tree on the west side of the property, and then there are 3 laurel oak trees in a really bad shape due to the over pruning because of their location under the power wires that are in a really bad shape. So, in fact, they're sick and they need to be removed.
Well, in my opinion only, I think you cause your own problem. Because you're trying to put a gallon of water into a quart and it doesn't fit.
Mr. Dingfelder, you're recognized.
So I'm starting to scare myself because I feel like Charlie Miranda, I'm beginning to remember these things. And this one was here not too long ago, about a year and a half ago. And I remember the young couple that owned the property, as I recall, and or they were buying the property, and they were asking for 3 units.
Correct.
And we approved 3 units. It was a little bit of a stretch for that neighborhood, but it is a transitional use as you go in, immediately off of Columbus and next to an auto shop. And that's why I think I felt comfortable at the time granting, 3 units. They seem very excited to be able to get approval of those 3 units, and now we're looking at 4 units. And I guess I would ask you as their representative, what changed between last year and now to go from the 3 units the council already approved to the 4 units, as Mr. Miranda indicated, that putting a lot more concrete and et cetera on the same property that was here a year and a half ago. And then my second question is standard residential maximum, as you know, is 35 feet, and you indicated this would be 40 feet. So that concerns me a little bit too, because not only do we have a larger mass, total mass for these 4 units, we now have a larger mass plus height, which equals even a larger mass. So without any breathing space between the units. I'm not really sure it's the welcoming feature for this otherwise single-family neighborhood.
Anyone else?
So that's sort of a question, Mr. Grajales.
Thank you. So, am I okay to respond now, or
Yes,
you
you
have
can
more
respond.
questions?
Yes, sir, you can respond to this question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with regard to your question about what changed from last year to this year, last year, Zach and his wife brought this proposal before you with 3 units. What has changed from last year to this year is inflation, cost of materials, cost of construction. They have, and unfortunately, Zach, I guess, is not able to participate tonight because of his technological situation or technological issues. But he has discussed this project with, I don't know how, to be honest with you, I don't know exactly how many builders. I don't have the exact number, but I know he has discussed this project with at least a couple of builders, and the numbers that he has received are, in his own words, outrageous, very expensive to build, very expensive to develop. So he sees the opportunity to add a 4 unit, and especially with the area that from the previous site plan to this site plan he had available, the architect indicated that he could fit 4 units with the dimensions that we're showing right now. Obviously with the caveat that the parking space for visitors will have to be either put in the front or sacrificed. in regards to the question about height, the height is not set in stone. Right now, what he is proposing, his proposal, and I believe you have in front of you in the packages that we submitted, the proposed building elevation. So he wanted to provide the architectural concept of the 4 units is a modern, vibrant design with rooftops that will be facing downtown. You know, it'll be a nice feature for the residents, the 4 residents of these units that will have every night, or when they desire to go up in the rooftop and see the skylight of downtown. So that's what initiated the height, which hasn't changed. By the way, the height has not changed from last year's request to this year's request. The height was maintained the same. It was just the extra unit, and again, due to inflation and the cost of construction, that he decided to bring this before you.
Well, the height, and I sort of recall that discussion last time in regard to the height, but the fact that the total mass of the structure has increased an additional unit with the additional height means that it's kind of exacerbated by the height. That's my point. So
okay.
Anyway, thank you.
But no, thank you, Mr. Councilman. And like I said, the height is not set in stone. Right now what we have is only on paper, the building elevations that we submitted. And if that's something that will help, the commission to consider our request to have 4 units, we can definitely go back to the drawing board and have a lower height, maybe like 35 feet, to perhaps change the perception of this project before you.
I have a ton of questions, but you really can't answer the questions because the applicant is not on the screen to answer them. I'm confused about this whole project. I'm going to be honest with you. The height, you say that we approved 3, you come back with 4, then you say inflation, and you add a unit. Usually you downsize when you have costs that are affecting a project. And again, you can't answer those questions. But as it stands right now, I'm totally confused of this whole project. So I just have to state that. Mr. Rand, you want to be recognized, sir?
No, I understand, but also that, and I know that what happens today can happen tomorrow all over the city. And I'm not here that's his prerogative to have this plan. But what would happen if this same plan here were just south? There'd be 100 people here.
About 300, man.
I'm being very factual. I'm not against these individuals, but I understand what they're trying to do. But it's just, they had a good plan before. Yes, sir.
No, if I may add, I know it might be a little confusing why we are coming back from last year to this year with 3 to 4. And what my client has explained to me is what he's looking for is to offset the increase on construction prices or cost of materials.
Excuse me for interrupting you, but I am only speaking for myself. I can't pass something based on the cost of lumber.
Right, no.
Well, the cost of construction, lumber is what it is. I can't do that.
Right.
Because if not, everybody can build what they want if they use it as a reason.
Mr. Miranda, if you don't mind, Mr. McGrattis, there are a lot of questions that you really can't answer, and your client can't come before us to answer these questions. So, and I can't tell you what to do, but maybe you might want to consider a continuous and get with your client, because there's a lot of questions that you can't answer for us. And I would hate to go. I would hate to go forward, and it comes out a bad way. So again, that's up to you. You might want to call your client. I don't know, but I think listen to some of the council members and the faces. I think it might be going down a downward slide, sir.
So moved.
Understood. So, can I speak again? Am I allowed to speak
Go
again
ahead,
now?
sir.
No.
Yeah, so if I may request your consideration to continue this case to further date,
October 7th.
would you?
What do you
allow
have,
that?
Zane? Zane, you still there?
Zane went to bed.
You go-
No, I'm sure he's there.
You
Could you
can't
pull
go
it-
to bed. No, we ain't went to bed yet, man.
Mr. Chair, after what we hear today, I think the soonest would be October 7th.
No, I don't think so, sir.
No,
Really?
I think it goes beyond October
beyond,
7th.
more likely in January.
All right, here he
Well, we're
is,
gonna
here
have
he
to-
is.
We're going to have
All
to
right.
talk. There is Mr. Hussein.
Hey, how are you? Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination. We're looking at, it'll be, wow, it'll be November.
Oh,
Yeah.
Date do you have, sir?
18.
November 18th, 2021.
Is that acceptable to the applicant's
Sir, we
representative?
just talked to our guy, and he says November 18th to be as soon as we can get back on the continuous. You willing to do that, sir?
Yes, yes, we are.
All right.
6 PM then?
6 p.m.?
A motion, please?
5.
No, 6.
Oh,
I think it
Yes,
was
sir.
August, September.
5
No,
o'clock.
my motion was August,
5 o'clock?
September, October.
Okay.
Didn't include November.
You're
Okay.
correct.
You're right.
Yeah,
so it would be 6.
so it's 6, Joe.
There you go.
A motion to continue?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Citro, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Again, Mr. Chairman, you said that was November
November
18th,
18th?
6 PM.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. All right, man, new business. I think Mr. Vieira got through, had nothing. Mr. Maniscalco had something. Mr. Carlson, I think, went through it. Mr. Citro
Yes,
needs to
Mr.
do
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to present a commendation to Ms. Carla Kippy Locklear, who recently retired after 40 years of service to the family of Tampa. She was a Risk Management Division Health and Safety Specialist responsible for wellness initiatives and helped to improve the health policies and procedures that benefited all the employees and will be sorely missed. And I'd like to present this on August 5th, 2021 at 9 a.m.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Citro, second by Mr. Dingfellow. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Anything else, sir?
Yes, a sad note. One of Tampa's family passed away unexpectedly, Officer Travis Comray. His services will be next Tuesday, 10 a.m., that's the 27th, at 17030 Lakeshore Road, Lutz, Florida. And the sanctuary will open at 9:30. There might be some minor detail changes, but if anybody would like to make sure, call Brian Campagnano at TPD. Again, that is next Tuesday, the 27th, 17030 Lakeshore Road, Lutz, Florida.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, nothing further.
All right, Mr. Dingfellow, anything?
I'm good, thank you.
Mr. Miranda?
None, sir.
All right, I just have just a quick couple. Mr. Dingfellow?
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, catch the gavel to you, sir. I'd like to make a motion to give the Hillsborough House of Hope accommodation providing a support system for women transitioning out of correctional institutions that aids in the personal, social, and professional rehabilitation. I'd like to make this presentation October 21st, regular city council meeting.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
And lastly, there are no accommodations, but was on the schedule for that date. So again, I would like to make a motion to give Hands of Hope Sickle Cell Awareness Foundation and Sickle Cell Association of Hillsborough County accommodation for rising sickle cell awareness by providing free screenings and education and community through advocacy, educational tutoring, and social service. I'd like to make this presentation October 21st, regular session.
We have a motion and a second from Mr. Miranda. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Shelby, anything for you, sir?
Receive and file, please.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
Received by Mr. Maniscalco, second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Can you pass that on, please?
All in favor?
Thank you.
We're adjourned.
Good night.
Thank you, sir. Have a good evening.